I'd like to call the Person County Board of County Commissioners Board Retreat to order at this time. Is there any discussion, adjustment, or otherwise approval of the agenda as presented?
Two items towards the end of the discussion. One being a possible update regarding county debris removal plan from the recent ice storm, and a separate item of how this board can encourage Spectrum and possibly other companies to improve their broadband infrastructure in the rural unserved portions of the county.
Okay, would that be item 9 and 10? Is that where you're?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've heard the two additions. Any discussion on those? Have a motion then? Have a motion. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carried. Item number 1, getting us started. And before we get started, I would like to welcome Commissioner Puryear back in our midst. It's good to see you healthy and well and back with us again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the concerns that and phone calls and prayers from the staying in quarantine, and certainly this virus is something not to take lightly. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. York, you're up.
Morning, Commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Gentry.
Link for the public for this meeting?
So it's streamed via
YouTube.
It's
okay,
on our
thank you.
usual streaming
Okay.
off of the website.
All right.
Anybody can access
Okay,
that.
well, I had a call this morning. People wanted to know if it was available, and
It
I
is.
wasn't sure how. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So our policy has typically been all commissioner meetings are streamed if it's formal board meetings. So via the website, they can go there to watch the meeting. So good morning. This is your annual county commissioner retreat. It's the one day a year that we set aside to kind of kick off the budgeting process for you all and to try to set some goals and provide some direction for how the budget can reflect your priorities in the upcoming fiscal year. Today is about sharing all information. It's very informal. We want you to ask questions. Staff is here to provide you with information and try to get us all on the same page and moving in the direction that the board would like to go. So in order for that to happen, we're looking for just active participation and engagement from all of you. We're hoping it's a fun day for you and look forward to kicking it off. So I'll try to also facilitate for you all. So if there are questions or if we need to take a break, I'll try to make that happen. So we also have some refreshments. If you need to get up, please do so. It's totally fine. We try to keep this informal. So they're in the kitchen, and then you all know where the restrooms are as well. I also was thinking that because we have basically 3 new board members who this is their first retreat, that we spend a lot of time with our county department heads doing some team building. It's important to us that we all work together. So I have asked Lisa Alston, our HR director, to do one team building exercise with us this morning. She's creative. And so she is going to facilitate that for us, just sort of kicking this off to do some goal setting and tying in kind of the intention of today with a quick icebreaker team building exercise. So Lisa, if you don't mind getting us started on that. And we're all curious about the bricks that are sitting up here. Those are from Lisa. So I did not intend for bricks to be thrown or any of the comments.
They
that
will
I've heard
not, I
this morning.
promise, I promise.
There are 5 bricks.
There are 5 bricks.
Good morning, commissioners. I used to work with an older gentleman at another county, and everybody loved him. He was quite eccentric, to say the least. And I think one of the reasons that everybody loved him is because he was so eccentric and he was genuine. One thing he used to say that always sticks in my mind and everybody else's mind is right here at Christmas. It could be 70 degrees in the middle of July. He would always say, right here at Christmas. The longer I worked in county government, I came to realize why he said that. Because when you're doing the work of the county, the work of the citizens, time just seems to fly by. And we're here, another budget season. It seems like we just finished up one, but we're in the throes of another one. So with that said, I want us to just take some time out, relax, and just have some fun, get those juices flowing. Since it is right here at Christmas, I want to play off of the 12 days of Christmas. We're not going to have the 12 days of Christmas. We're going to have 5 days of budget season, hence 5 bricks. What I want you all to do is come up with one priority, and you can't repeat. So if you need to write down what someone else says, please feel free to do that. Or if you want to jot some priorities down now, that's fine. But I need you to volunteer, one person to go first, one to go second, one to go third, but it's going to work the exact same way as the 12 days of Christmas. So the first person is going to say a goal, and then the next person is going to come back and give their priority or their goal, but then they're going to have to repeat the one that the first person said. So are we on the same page here?
Sorry.
But you don't have to sing, I promise. You don't have to sing. So do I have any volunteers to go first? Yes, because you got the easy spot. Yes, yes. So if you will, please give me one priority that you have, and you don't have to sing it, just say, on the first day of budget season.
On the first, day of budget, I would like to streamline our economic development process.
Okay, who would like to go second?
I'll do it.
Okay,
I surely can't sing.
Try. Come on, I did it.
Does he have to repeat
he does.
Commissioner Gentry's?
He
and then
does.
second
On the
his?
first day of Christmas, the commissioners gave to
On
me,
the first
economic-
day of
I'm sorry, on the
Christmas,
first day of budget season.
budget season, DJ Gentry wanted to streamline economic development. Is that correct? The process? Okay. On the second day of Christmas, I would like better broadband connectivity.
Okay,
Connectivity.
and who would like to go next? Okay, and you have to repeat what he said and what she said.
Okay, let's see. On the first day of budget season, Commissioner Gentry told to me, streamline the economic development process.
Uh-huh,
On the second day of budget season, Chairman Powell told to me, improve broadband infrastructure. And on the third day of budget season, Commissioner Pereira says, keep property tax rate flat.
okay. And who would like to go next?
On
You
the
can
first
sing.
day of Christmas, Commissioner PJ said to me, streamline EDC process. Gordon Powell, better broadband connectivity. Commissioner Pereira, keep the property tax rate same, no property tax rate increase. And Derek would say, improve our schools' facilities.
Okay. And one more.
Okay, I guess that leaves me. Is this on? PJ's interest streamlined EDC process. Commissioner, Chairman Gordon Powell, broadband connectivity. Commissioner Co-Chair Pereira, property tax rate at a flat rate, not to increase. Commissioner Sims, improved school facilities. What specifically do you mean by that? What specifically do you mean by improve the
I want to
school?
improve the school's facilities, overall, the school's
Just like
facilities.
upgrade?
Upgrade, yes. Mhm.
I'm a little slow on Monday mornings. I would like for us to revisit this airport catastrophe that we were moving so well on, and then have the state to shut us down. And I did mention in an email a couple of weeks ago, I guarantee if it was in Raleigh or Durham or Chapel Hill, Charlotte, one of the bigger cities, they wouldn't have no problems with upgrading the airports. So as a small setting county, I think we need to really put the heat on these guys. And let's get something done at this Person County Airport.
Okay. So as you can see, each one of these bricks has a different goal or priority. And the reason I chose bricks is because bricks are solid. We're going to use each one of these 5 bricks as the foundation for what we do next year. Even though they're separate bricks, we're going to use the county's shared vision as the mortar to hold each one of these bricks together. And we, as Team Person County, and we, meaning the board, the county manager, the department heads, the employees, we, as Team Person County, are going to make sure that we do everything within our power to make these goals reality. But I hope you all enjoyed that.
Do we wear them?
They're spread
Yeah.
out, actually, Lisa, if you don't
Lisa,
mind, leave them in a line so we
Oh,
can
okay.
see them.
Okay.
So I will use those towards the end of the day. We have a goal setting session. And that was something when we designed the agenda, all 5 of you said that you wanted to spend some time today setting some goals, not only for the upcoming budget, but a vision for the county. So we will use those to kind of launch our discussion. I think those are some solid starts to where we want to see some progress made in the coming year, both with budget and as a community goal. So thank you for that. Are there any questions before we get started with the budget reports that you're going to hear from? I have Amy and Russell back to back with a break, and then we'll talk about upcoming needs, and then we're bringing our debt consultants in to talk about financial planning. So we're going to hit heavy into numbers from here on out. Is there any questions or anything we want to discuss before we jump in? No? Okay, Amy, I think we're ready for you with our mid-year fiscal review and major highlights. So Amy is focusing primarily on the current fiscal year in terms of where we are and how things are looking from a financial and budget perspective.
Session today. All right.
You also introduce your new staff member.
Yes, I'm so glad you reminded me. As you know, Laura Jensen, who was the Assistant Finance Director, left us, and we have replaced her with Melissa Jones. She comes from Orange County, Orange County Housing? Orange County Housing Authority. And we are excited to have her. She has a deep background in accounting and actually has some software experience with our financial software, so that's helpful. So I'm excited to have her, and you'll probably be seeing more of her. So thanks. Yeah. Show me how to use this. No.
Left takes you back.
Right, takes you forward.
And you can use that as a laser if you want.
Oh, cool.
Them.
Okay,
to
very
follow
good.
along.
I told Heidi, I said, I thought I would try and just, talk through the slides. And as I was practicing that last night, I realized I'm not going to be able to do that. It's just too many numbers for me to remember. So I am probably going to read from my script, but please stop me if you have any questions. This is going to be informal, and this is a great time to ask questions if you have any. So good morning. Each year at this retreat, we use this opportunity to provide the board with a mid-year review of where we are fiscally compared to the previous year. Why is this important? Because the results can serve as a guideline and influence the decisions that you all will be making over the next several months during this budget process. You need to have some baseline of where you are fiscally to develop a plan for how you want to move forward. In the slides ahead, I'll offer a comparison review of the county's revenues and expenditures in the general fund at the end of January compared to the same period for the previous year. I'll also go over some highlights, including the county's sales tax revenues, outstanding debt, fund balance, and if time permits, we can go over the cybersecurity recovery, coronavirus relief fund, and status on the audit report. All right, I'll start with revenues. At mid-year through January, we report a significant hike of almost $2.4 million, a 5.5% increase, which is unusually high for Person County. All categories are showing increases, but the one that stands out the most is intergovernmental revenues, where we post all monies received from federal and state governments. This category shows the largest impact to revenues overall, primarily due to the receipt of COVID-related funds from the state for almost $1.1 million. Other increases in intergovernmental revenues are stemming from a higher demand in services in the DSS and health departments, causing an elevation in their reimbursements from the state. There is a minimal increase of 1.8% in ad valorem taxes compared to these other categories, but I'm going to let Russell elaborate more on that during his presentation. Fees and licenses are showing a small increase, mostly due to a hike in the solid waste host fees as a result of recent changes in the contract. EMS fees are also higher from a surge in their call volume as a result of the pandemic. Percentage-wise, let me see if I can use this pointer. This last category right here, you see that 45.1%. This is reporting the highest increase of revenues. The causes for this include the receipt of cyber insurance proceeds for $160,000, a solid waste contribution of $100,000, stop-loss insurance settlements from our health insurance provider for $95,000, and ABC profits for $60,000. And finally, sales tax revenues have been one of the few benefactors of this pandemic for Person County. We can only conclude that the 9.2% increase we report in sales tax revenues compared to the same period for last year is tied to more folks shopping locally during the pandemic. So I want to take a deeper look at sales tax while we're on that subject. And I meant to include the estimates on the sales tax chart, so I apologize for not getting those in there. This is a 10-year historical chart for sales tax that Person County received for the fiscal years listed at the bottom. The orange bar to the far right of my projection is my projection here for what we're going to get at the end of the current fiscal year. At the time I did the analysis for this chart, though, the latest sales tax distribution had not been posted. So for whatever reason, the latest one has come in much lower. I believe this is likely due to the refunds that the state processes around January of each year. So I'm hoping that that is not going to be a continued trend. Therefore, my forecast of what we will likely recognize for fiscal year 21 has slightly dropped from 10.1 million to 9.9 million, an increase of $900,000 versus 1.1 million, still a very large surplus of sales tax over the previous year's total of 9 million. Keep in mind, though, that this projection is based on a 5-month recognition of sales tax, since it lags 2 months before it reports. So any major changes in the economy can provide very different results in one direction or the other. Okay, let's switch gears to expenditures. As much as we can be excited about the significant 2.4 million increase in revenues, the feeling is quickly deflated when we see the even larger increase in expenditures for almost 2.9 million, causing an overall net loss of $472,424. This chart displays expenditures by type, which includes personnel, operating, capital, debt service, and transfers to other funds. The results in this table appear a bit wonky. Yeah, that's my new accounting term. The results appear strange because of this large reduction in debt service here. This is actually the result of transferring debt service costs from the general fund to be accounted for in the new capital investment fund that we established this past year. Therefore, we see this large reduction in the general fund for debt service, but this transition is reflected in the increase in the category below that for transfers to other funds. The increase here is due to moving this debt out of the general fund to the new capital investment fund, and also part of that increase is the transfer to the airport fund to cover that additional amount needed for the airport hangar construction contract. However, the most significant increase is this one right here, as far as dollar-wise. The largest operational impacts encompass increases associated with health insurance claims for almost $1.8 million, cyber recovery for $865,000, the city's portion of the coronavirus relief fund for $414,000, additional DSS temp employees, and heightened DSS and health services. Personnel, though, is also up due to COVID leave payouts, EMS and elections overtime costs, new positions that were approved as part of the fiscal year 21 adopted budget, the state's increase in retirement rates, and health insurance costs. The increase in capital, although small compared to the other expenditure types, includes the increase in vehicle purchases in this current year compared to last year, as well as capital equipment purchases in the law enforcement restricted fund. They had some large capital purchases in that fund. Okay, and the next slide is the same look. Well, we're looking at expenditure still, but we're going to look at it in a different way. This is by function. These are in order by the largest increases to the largest reductions. As you can see in the orange heading here, the total of increases right here far exceed what we decreased in those functions. Part of this is really from the first one, this increase for $1.8 million in the self-funded health insurance fund. Person County has had a rough year in this particular area, which is going to drive our health insurance costs up for next year, which I think Heidi's going to talk more about later. The second largest functional impact is in general government. Cyber costs, the coronavirus relief fund payment to the city, part-time expenses, and COVID costs in elections, payment on the reappraisal contract, COVID leave payouts in various general government departments, and teleworking equipment costs are the major causes for this increase. Again, the increase in the next category for transfers to other funds is mostly due to the debt and airport fund transfers. Human Services increases due to the additional temp employees needed at DSS, COVID leave payouts in DSS and health departments, COVID operational costs, and heightened service delivery costs in both departments. The Public Safety Department is also impacted by COVID leave payouts, overtime costs at EMS, the new Fire Marshal Department and vehicle that was not in the year before, and the equipment capital purchases again from the Law Enforcement Restricted Fund. Yeah.
You have questions about what Amy is presenting. It's a lot of information to digest.
It
at
is, and
once.
as soon as I get through this slide, I was going to ask, but if you have any now, please.
And these
Please
are
go ahead.
changes from what over last year. So I
That's
don't want you
right.
to
So
think
we're
that-
looking at a comparison through January of this year compared to through January of last year to get some kind of baseline for how our numbers are looking in this year comparatively.
Where attack, I haven't heard.
I'm actually going to get to that
Okay.
on another slide. If
Okay.
you don't mind waiting, I'll get to that one.
Finished and then.
Okay.
Okay,
That
sure.
For me.
Get a, I know you're going through this and then you're breaking it down, but is there another sheet down the road we get that will break it down further, like when we're talking about line items on the self-funded?
Oh, I absolutely can. Yeah, I can provide that. I didn't for this because obviously I can't get that on a slide.
I understand. I've
For
been
you to
trying
be
to
able
write
to see.
notes. I've been trying to keep up with it and trying to write everything. I just said,
Absolutely.
can we get that? That would be
Yes,
great.
I can
you.
absolutely do that, no problem. The remaining functional categories report reductions compared to the previous year, mostly from decreases in operational expenses such as travel and training and fuel that were impacted by the pandemic because they couldn't go anywhere. Although the education category, and this is another one of those wonky ones, is showing a reduction of 562,000 on this table right here. The actual reduction is more like 165,000. It's reporting the larger amount as a result of moving the capital expenditures from the general fund for schools and PCC into that new capital investment fund. So we haven't actually made this large of a reduction. It's just moving those costs out of the general fund into this new capital investment fund that we're going to use to start building our debt model with. So we're not only moving the debt, but we moved the school capital and PCC capital to this fund as well, so that we can manage all of that together. And that was it. Any questions that you want to talk about now before I go to the next slide?
Lots of questions. I don't know if you want to do it now or do you want to get through the entire presentation?
Well,
and go back?
if it's related so far to what I've talked about, let's go ahead.
Well, yeah, the capital investment fund, that is a new
It is.
line item that was implemented.
It's a
when?
new fund,
A new fund.
completely. So the
Okay.
general fund is where all of the majority of your operating costs are.
Mhm.
So it's going to be most affected by anything that happens in the economy, such as the coronavirus, the cyber event. So we focus typically on the general fund because that's where you have the most discretionary control over. And so, but this past year, and before, at the last retreat, and I was going to talk about this in the future, but I'll go ahead and mention this. The board at their retreat approved a contract with some debt consultants that we had because at that time we were facing and still are facing a large amount of school projects that we've got to do, school buildings that we've got to do some improvements to. And so we were facing a large amount that we just didn't know how to manage. We knew that we would probably have to go into debt to manage these projects. So we hired a debt consultant to help us look at all of the capital needs that the county had, not just school improvements, but other improvements that the board had talked about at that time. And the idea was that they would create this this debt model that would fold in all of those major capital projects that we're facing and give us some strategies for how to fund that. And one of those, and one of the major strategies is to take all of our debt service costs that were previously last year in the general fund, as well as some smaller school capital projects that we have, our CIP capital improvement projects, which are huge, they're over $50,000 a piece, and PCC capital. And the idea was to move all of the revenue sources, because we do have some sales tax that helps support school capital. So the idea was to move all of those revenue sources and expenditures into this separate fund in preparation of having that debt model that we wouldn't have to go grab all of the pieces and try to figure out how to provide strategies to you on how to fund the things that you want
Like
to
an
fund.
escrow account, if you
Yeah,
will.
exactly. It's almost like a holding account.
Right.
So
And this encompasses the capital investments for all capital investments? mean-
Yes, essentially for.
That's the whole pie, that's the whole escrow fund is for that purpose. Okay, so what percentage of the general fund went into this to cover this debt? What did we pull out of it? Just to kind of like, was it 20%, 15%?
You had a couple numbers on your slides, Amy, that showed the amount that went into that,
This one here?
1.3 for the debt.
Right, so, yeah, but that doesn't give her the actual percentage, but if you
No,
look
it
at
doesn't.
if you look at the amount, that 1.3, we actually had 1.2 million in debt, but some of that is some issuance cost added in with that debt. So 1.3 million is sort of the amount we pulled out for
Okay.
the debt service. The schools, I want to say it was around, well, between the schools and PCC, maybe about $500,000.
Yep.
The schools are in this, or is school separate from this?
So the
We
school
include them.
capital,
Okay.
the school capital and PCC's capital also is part of that transfers to other funds
Right,
that increases because we're actually increasing those transfers to move them out to this fund
okay.
to manage that capital. I don't have a good answer for you for the actual percentage.
Okay, I was just kind of curious, like how much of that is the general fund?
Right,
'Cause
so
the
you're
general
talking
fund
about-
Seems to be like this just pot of everything.
It is, but it's mostly, but it is mostly to house all of the departments that are supplemented by property taxes to help fund those services.
Okay.
So, but the capital is something that is, you look at that as one-time cost. And so we're trying to get those one-time costs out so that we can manage those, because they're going to fluctuate greatly from year to year, unlike operating costs, which are continuous. So that was sort of the idea behind moving it into that separate fund. So you'll hear me say capital investment fund or CIF fund, because that's the new fund that we have. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit and we weren't able to get that debt model off the ground. And so that's why we're having DEC associates come this afternoon to sort of give you another brief overview of how that works and how that's going to benefit you all in your capital planning.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions about expenditures? And I will try to pull that together, and I can give that to Heidi to send to you all. It's quite a lot, but you can at least see the categories, and I'll try to sort those by the biggest impacts so that you can see
Yeah.
them.
That'd be
Appreciate it,
great.
Amy.
Yeah, thank
Sure.
you.
All right. I think I'm done with that one. Well, let's talk about debt service, since we were briefly touching on that. So given that we've got some new board members here, I thought it'd be helpful to share some information about the county's debt service. At the end of the fiscal year, Person County's outstanding debt amount will be $10,543,686. About 2/3 of this total represents debt service for county projects, and 1/3 covers school facility improvements. The debt service budget for the current year, which is now managed in the Capital Investment Fund, is just over $2 million. Next year's amount drops to $1.85 million, which will allow us to reduce the debt service budget by around $226,000. So that'll be helpful for next year. Now, this one is kind of in line with, I was trying to make this big enough so that you could see it, but we are still paying debt service on 6 projects that range from year 2012 to 2019. Currently, the last debt payment scheduled will be for the 2018 towers and building improvements project in 2033. The next debt project to be paid off will be the 2019 EMS ambulance capital lease in 2023. So we've got some debt that's going to come off in about 2 years. It's not a lot because it's one of the smaller debt projects that we have, which was for the purchase of a couple of ambulances and some turnout gear that we had that we did through the, yes, where we were able to keep from having any interest costs. So it was a great opportunity to fund those. So anyway, that's the next one that's actually coming off. And you can see out to the right how in this column here, the change from year to year. So as this debt comes off, then, you know, you have a little bit more capacity to take on more debt.
I was gonna say, so we can add more to it.
You can
Yeah,
add more
right.
to it. That's right. Okay. This is another look, just by graph, at our outstanding debt service over the past 10-year period. As you can see, the largest amount is $20.8 million in 2012. This steadily drops off until it surges again with the borrowing in 2018 for the public safety towers debt. The EMS ambulance capital lease in 19 was the most recent financing, but was minimal compared to the other larger debt projects. So you can see it doesn't really, it actually goes down because it's so small, but this has steadily gone down since fiscal year 18 through the current year. One of the calculations that we can use to determine the county's capacity for borrowing more debt is the debt service ratio formula. This is calculated as annual debt service divided by total expenditures. When we apply this for fiscal year 20, the county's debt ratio is still holding around 4%. This is half of the population counties in our population, their average ratio of 8%. General accounting guidance discourages this ratio from being higher than 15% for a maximum benchmark. Any percentage higher than that can severely hamper the county's service flexibility. As it stands now, though, Person County is in a favorable position to take on more debt if you compare the debt service ratio levels to its peer counties. A consistent debt ratio level indicates a stronger management of financing resources in relation to the amount that is available for other services. Now, am I saying that we want to borrow up to 15% of our expenditures? No, no, we do not. But it does show you that we have a lot of capacity to borrow debt. But you may ask, how much more debt can we afford? Well, that's a different question and is dependent on a variety of other factors, such as operational constraints, availability of revenue to cover the additional debt service expense, and fund balance levels, just to name a few. So there are a lot of things you have to take into account before you can decide how much debt you can borrow and still meet your other obligations. But that's part of what this new debt model will help you do. Let's see. I think I'm done with that one. Anybody have any questions about debt service before I move on?
Rating change from the previous year?
Our rating, credit rating?
Mhm.
No.
Still A plus,
Yes,
minus,
we are at I think we are A
Well,
minus.
then,
A minus.
Moody's has it as A1 and S&P has it as AA minus.
Double A minus, that's it. We are, and that's what it's been for many years. There is some concerns. There are some concerns about, since the cyber event, if we will have more difficulty with, when we go to borrow funds. Right now, we don't have an audit. So it's really important that we try to get that audit in place as soon as possible so that when we do go out to borrow funds, we'll have that information there for the bank to look at and make sure that we're going to be able to pay off our debt. And there has been some concern about whether it would alter our credit rating, but so far I haven't heard anything with that. I don't anticipate that will happen. But again, that's one of the things too that this debt model can do. If we can get this debt model in place, those agencies look at what we're doing with capital planning, and it can cause an increase to our credit rating, which is really important because that will also allow us probably to borrow more money at a lower rate. So the credit rating is something that we're definitely keeping our eye on right now just to make sure it's not affected by this cyber event. Okay. All right. I wanted to share with this board our latest audit report of Person County's fund balance level for the general fund. This is a slide that the county's auditors presented at last year's retreat. Total general fund expenditures were reported at almost 51 million. Of this total, the portion that the board had discretionary control over was calculated to be 15.5 million. This is the amount that you have that you can make decisions with that are not tied to other sources. This is commonly referred to as unassigned fund balance, or UFB for short. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends an available fund balance of no less than 2 months of general fund operating expenditures. The average monthly expenditures total was 4.24 million, which represented 3.65 months of available fund balance in the general fund, exceeding the minimum guidance offered by the GFOA. In addition, the Local Government Commission recommends an available fund balance of at least 8% of general fund expenditures. As of fiscal year 19, the county's fund balance as a percentage of general fund expenditures was calculated to be 30%, well above the minimum recommended by the LGC. And to my knowledge, so I've been here since 94, was maybe shortly thereafter that we did get as low as 8%. And when you get that low, you will get a letter from the Local Government Commission because they're going to be very concerned that we don't have enough funds to meet our obligations. So we don't ever want to get that low, ever. So 30% is fairly healthy, and to be honest, an average percentage across our peer counties. They're keeping around that level of fund balance.
Thank you.
Person County's current fund balance policy that we have requires an available fund balance equal to or greater than 18% of general fund expenditures. For the past several years, though, as I said, Person County has recognized unassigned fund balance levels in the range between 25 and 30%. This next slide was extremely challenging for me. Ergo, the big red question mark, because that's exactly how I felt when I was trying to come up with this projection. Is extremely challenging given that the audit for fiscal year 20 is not yet available to report the latest fund balance levels. There are many assumptions I had to make in order to come up with an estimate of unassigned fund balance for both fiscal year ending 2020 and what it's going to land at the end of this year. I can apply some assumptions that may give us a glimpse of where our fund balance levels are going to be. But as with sales tax projections, there are many unknowns that can cause these numbers to look quite different once they are finally nailed down. But if assumptions hold based on current trends, the amount of UFB at current fiscal year end will be around 16 million, or 31%. This projection would slightly exceed fiscal year 19's results, but come in just under the projection I have for fiscal year 20. If we continue to receive sales tax at current levels, this may help to cushion the significant increase in expenditures, preventing a larger fund balance decline from what I would estimate for fiscal year 20. So I'm expecting some minimal reduction this year, but sales tax has been coming in so well that it's really offsetting some of those larger increases that we're seeing in expenditures.
You said it's the local sales tax increase because of COVID, but is this also a result of online activity that the sales tax that's produced here comes here?
Yes.
It's not just local, it's online
No,
sales?
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But what we get back, the state takes all of the articles of sales tax that we have for all counties. And in my imagination, they throw it in this big crystal ball and they do some kind of formula that nobody knows and can tell you, nobody can tell you how they figure sales tax reimbursement that comes back. But it is based on obviously the percentage that we get back, but it also does have something to do with the activity that's going on in our local area. And a lot of these other counties that are bigger counties like Durham, Wake County, Mecklenburg, they had a huge hit to their sales tax distribution because of COVID, because they are more reliant on their retail folks to pull in those revenues than our county is, because we're small. So a lot of the smaller counties have actually been benefactors from COVID, more so than the big counties. We're not feeling the pain that they are feeling from that revenue loss. So I thought that was interesting that when this hit, our first thought was we were going to get hit from sales tax, but it actually went the opposite way. So it's really been a key revenue source for us to help offset all the costs that we have had. But good question. Any other questions about this?
I would just stress that these are very loose estimates.
Very, very loose
Once we get the
estimates.
audit, we'll have a more firm number. And I always push Amy to give us an estimate, and she absolutely hates doing that. So I will take the hit if it's inaccurate. I have
Please
pushed her
don't
to
fire
do
me
this.
if it's completely gone south. But if it does go south, it is because something major has happened between now and then. Our sales tax falls off, the economy tanks. Something I think major would have to happen for this to take that much of a dive. But yes, I am putting my neck out there when I give you a fund balance projection, particularly when I don't have the numbers from our previous audit. Okay,
I would
thank you.
also say that the percentage of fund balance is a great indicator of the financial health of an organization.
Yes,
So I think that you all should be very proud of the amount of unassigned fund balance and how that has grown, because that takes a lot of discipline from elected officials spending and from staff trying to manage that. So we really see that growth as an indicator of a very healthy financial situation for the county. So we're very proud of that. And I just want to say thank you for being very conservative in our spending, for being able to grow that over
same
over the
here.
years.
This has been a very conservative board over the past many years. And that's the only reason why we've been able to achieve that level. And it's good to have that level when you have unanticipated events to come through like what we're facing now. And that is the reason really that this is as high as I think it's going to be. Okay. All right, come on now. There you go. This slide presents a historical 10-year graph on the unassigned fund balance levels as a percentage of expenditures. And it shows we have steadily built reserves since fiscal year 14, when it was down to 18.4, up to 30% in fiscal year 19. So this sort of reiterates what Heidi was saying, is that we have thankfully been able to steadily increase this. due to the conservativeness of the board. And the face on this graph mimics how I was feeling at the time when trying to project fund balance for these last 2 years. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure what levels we're actually going to recognize when all is said and done, but current trends seem to suggest that we are going to add some to fund balance for fiscal year 21. Well, actually, we're going to report a slight decline, but it's going to be an increase over fiscal year 19 is what I believe is going to happen. This reduction could be steeper if our sales tax revenues pull back to fiscal year 20 levels and/or expenditures continue to climb over the next several months with pandemic recovery and the vaccine rollout. But 7 months into the current year is showing a minimum deficit, which is all we have to go on at the moment. All right, that's really it for fund balance, and I am way over time.
Well, we started a bit early, so you're good, Amy. I've got you through 10 o'clock.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay.
We just got to you quicker.
Well, that's perfect. I've got about 10 more minutes, so that's perfect.
Okay.
I think it was Commissioner Pereira. Well, let's see, you asking about coronavirus. Okay, well, I'll get to that one in a minute. This one is, I wanted to highlight two major events, one being the cybersecurity recovery process. This one ended fiscal year 20 with a bang. We incurred $134,000 in costs at the end of fiscal year 20 as we had to react to the cyber incident and put systems into place to restore our IT and financial systems infrastructure. In fiscal year 21 through January, we have incurred $502,000 in expenditures as we continue to restore data, beef up our security systems, and reinstall software. In total so far, we have reported $636,000 in cyber costs. Insurance proceeds have been received for almost $160,000, with the rest in a pending status until all costs have been incurred and submitted. There is some uncertainty about whether all costs will be covered by the county's insurance policy. But so far, our current net deficit for cybersecurity restoration is $477,000.
The insurance covers.
Yes, and we are expecting another payment. My understanding, and actually Chris can probably speak to this. But we are expecting another payment from our insurance provider, but we're just not sure it's going to cover all of this $477,000 deficit that we're currently at.
My guess, I'm trying to remember, I think it was about 100,000 was my guess that would not be reimbursed, but that's just a guess.
I think that's right.
Mhm. But there's a couple of expenses that they may question, that certainly we can push back on. But my best guess is about 100,000 that would not be reimbursed. The rest of it
Hopefully will.
should be.
Okay. Any questions about cybersecurity? Cyber incident, excuse me. All right. This next slide presents a financial summary on the Coronavirus Relief Fund, revenues received from the state since fiscal year 20, and the approved allocation of expenditures to date for COVID-related items. Based on the total allocation from the state in fiscal years 20 and 21 of $1.65 million, the county has allocated $1.36 million, leaving almost $295,000 available for ongoing COVID needs. With the vaccine deployment still in progress, staffing needs causing strains and overtime costs, and continued COVID leave payouts, we anticipate that departments will be requesting the use of these remaining funds to meet these cost demands, as well as other related expenditures. So we still have a lot going on with this. I don't imagine that this surplus right now is going to last very long, because I already have lists from EMS and Health Department to utilize some of that money.
Are we anticipating any more money from the state, or is that it?
There has been a lot of rumors about that, but so far the state is very guarded about that. They haven't said anything other than, I think there is this overall feeling that because the COVID has, still going on, and we're still Counties are still incurring lots of expense associated with that, particularly with the vaccine rollout. It would not surprise me that the state gave us another allotment, but right now we just don't know. Any questions about that? That answer your questions you had? Okay. All right, I'll give you a quick brief update. The last thing I wanted to share here was where we are on completing the county's audit report for fiscal year 20. Normally, our auditors are presenting you the final report at this retreat. However, the cyber event interrupted our ability and access to the information that we needed to provide to the auditors in order to complete by the required due date. The state recently approved the county's extension request to submit the audit report by May 31st, 2021. Challenges still exist due to recent staff turnover in my department and the fact that we are running the audit process concurrently with the budget and the CIP process, something I have never had to experience and never thought I would. We are also attempting to communicate our situation with various state agencies to prevent any delayed revenues. But at the end of the day, we have very little control over this situation. But we are confident that we can get this audit report done by the new extended deadline. So let's summarize what we know and what we don't know, or what we think we know. Revenues show a large increase of $2.4 million thanks to the additional sales tax revenue and CRF funds from the state. Unfortunately, expenditures report an even larger increase at mid-year for $2.9 million. On a positive note, sales tax is estimated to increase by $900,000, which was my revised projection from what's actually shown in the summary. Person County's outstanding debt is $10.5 million, and the payoff of debt service in fiscal year 21 allows us to reduce the debt service budget for next fiscal year by $226,000. Fund balance projections indicate a slight reduction for fiscal year 21 from what we anticipate that we will recognize in fiscal year 20. The cyber recovery is almost complete, and expenditures total $636,000 through January. The remaining balance of CRF to allocate to ongoing COVID costs is around $295,000. And finally, the audit process for fiscal year 20 is underway, and our target completion date is May 31st, 2021. The end. Any questions? That's a lot, I know.
One quick question. I heard this term stop loss. When you were talking about other revenues, when you were looking at the mid-year comparisons on page
Yes.
3, I heard stop loss, and I'm like, okay, can you?
You want to explain? You want to do that?
You can take.
All right, well,
a
let me
stab
tell you
at-
what stop loss is. We have, through Cigna is our insurance provider for health insurance for our employees.
Okay, right.
We have, as part of our contract with Cigna, there is a certain level of loss that we have from claims that they will cap. And if we lose any more money beyond that cap, that stop loss kicks in and we get reimbursed from the insurance company to help cover those excessive
Okay.
losses.
Like catastrophic coverage? Is that what it is?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. No, we always hope that we don't ever get to that cap. But unfortunately, we went to that cap this year and beyond. And so it has caused this reimbursement from Cigna for our stop loss to kick in.
COVID-related?
No, just very high claimants on county insurance. Catastrophic events that have made our costs skyrocket this year,
And
not
will-
COVID.
and
Okay,
has
okay.
impacts on what unfortunately, that experience this year is going to cause
Our renewal rates.
our
It's
renewal
gonna
rates
be
to go
rough
up.
fun, isn't
It's going to be
it?
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
been
okay.
tough. But the stop loss through Cigna is a great thing.
Yes.
We have been very fortunate
yes.
to have that to help offset some of the pain of our organization.
Yeah, but on the backside, the rates are, I mean, it's good
They
for
are.
this period of time until you get here.
Until you
and then
get to the
it's gonna
next one.
jack
Now it's
you
going to go up.
sideways.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you're exactly right.
Any other questions?
Anything else for Amy?
Thank
Sure,
you.
thank you.
Good job, Amy.
very much.
Thank you.
Lots of good information in there.
I'm glad.
All right, we are shifting gears and putting Russell up here in the hot seat now. He's going to talk about what we can look forward to in terms of revenue picture. And we also have one item of business on during this part of the agenda that's a carryover from your previous meeting, where we want to make some decisions about your Board of Equalization and Review. So we need to have those decisions made by today, March 1st. So it's timely. And Russell, without anything further, I'll hand it over to you.
Very good. I need to follow Amy's lead and have my speech written down. I usually just talk off the cuff, but
I'm off the cuff or two.
here we go. So I've got a slide here that shows the county value changes between last year and projected for next year. There's always some confusion when we talk about tax year because I'm talking about my current year as being 2020 and Amy's talking about fiscal year 21. That is the same year. So my tax year of 2020 or the fiscal year 2021, we had a budgeted base of $4.225 billion. That's where we started with the budget, and we actually, right now, looks like that number came in at $4.34 billion. And the biggest change there was we had a increase in state utilities that we did not think we would have, and I'll go over that on a future slide. Reappraisal, which addresses everything that is considered real property, which is your land and buildings, does not affect your equipment, your motor vehicles, or your state appraised, because that's reappraised every year. So a reappraisal, we're expecting an increase of about $481 million in value. That sounds like, great, that's a huge increase. However, when you look at where I think the state appraisal is going to be for next year and the equipment, and especially in the major industries, depreciating every year, going down about 8% on average. We anticipate a $327 million increase, which is about a 7% overall increase in the value for next year. So even though we're talking about almost a $500 million increase due to reappraisal, it's offset by some other decreases. I have a similar slide that spells out the same numbers for fire tax. Fire tax is another tax that y'all have to vote for. The difference in fire tax and county tax, of course, being the fire tax does not include city properties. Again, showing that increase for real property, showing a decrease for your machinery and equipment, a decrease for state, and an overall increase. So that's where your fire tax is affected by reappraisal also. And the numbers being slightly different because of the city taxes not being included. This slide here kind of explains the number that Amy showed earlier where we had an increase in property tax revenues that we didn't know was going to happen. So last year when I talked to the state about how to budget for the state appraised properties, they said, well, take last year's number and come down a little bit because they're a year older. And I took last year's number and I dropped $35 million. Well, it didn't go down. So last year we were at $845 million. It went up to $920 million. And it took a while and a little investigation to figure out why that happened and had to get the right players to the table to understand that process. Most of us do progress, and they were in the process of rebuilding, restoring, changing, upgrading some of the transmission lines and substations. It just happened to be that we had the old equipment and the new equipment on site January 1st, the evaluation date. So we got to tax both. Unfortunately, the unfortunate part about it, we had a great increase. The year I thought I was going to go down from 845 million, thinking we'd go to 810 million, we went to 920. And then every $1 million brings you about $7,200 in taxes. So you see that's a huge increase for us. But then having that conversation with them about next year, how's that's going to look? Well, this year was a temporary one-time bonus, and we should go back to where we were 2 years ago and go down from that number. So instead of doing 920, less about 35 million to be conservative, I'm taking the 845 and going down to an estimated of 810. So that is a moving target. Kind of gives you some idea how much impact Duke Progress has for our budget. I did break down in another category and show the coal plants, and I did that because the names changed over the years, and just to make sure there wasn't any confusion there. But you see of the 810 million estimated for next year, 746 million of that is Duke Progress. So that plant being here makes a huge impact on our budget. Ends up being about 21% of our budget. And we don't know this number until September. So you're going to adopt a budget before June 30, and I won't have this number until September. So we have to be very conservative on values, because if we're not, we can end up with a shortfall.
This is a very important point, if I can just chime in, and what makes Person County very different from other communities, because this number comes after the budget process. We rely on Russell to make some very conservative estimates. We've been very successful with that, but that's a big part of the budget that is not in county's control. That comes to us later. And I also think Russell's presentation is really important because it tells the story behind the numbers. So often, the revenue numbers or the tax value numbers get misconstrued, and it's very important to have a handle on what is actually happening and how to explain that, so we have a good operation and a good understanding of what that's looking like and why. So please, if you have questions, feel free to ask Russell while we've got him.
You will notice the value has dropped since 2017 until this year. Then it went back up a temporary increase of double.
It's just a weird anomaly, and it's a picture in time on that given day,
Unless
what
there are other
equipment was there.
changes that happened to that.
How to explain that. So
And
we
we
have a
really
good
don't know
of
a
what
lot
that's
about state appraised. And
why. Please, if you
I've
have
asked a
questions,
lot of people
free to ask
numerous
us.
times the same question to finally get an answer.
Notice the value has dropped since
Hijacked
2007.
one of the economic development meetings when Tanya Evans was there and actually got someone who could kind of nail down what happened. And it's not Duke Progress's fault as far as us not knowing those numbers early. They don't report their overall numbers to the state until sometime around May.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have to take those numbers as a United States company and drill it down to North Carolina and then drill it down to Person County.
Mhm.
So those numbers they don't even exist when you set your budget by June 30. So,
Challenging,
yeah. So we have to be extra conservative, but anytime we're conservative and we come out underestimating our revenues, that adds to your fund balance, and use the fund balance money almost every year to shore up some lines. And this is a mechanism to replace some of that. So being conservative on property tax, being conservative on sales tax is where your savings comes from.
But a quarter of this property tax budget is coming from one large industry. That's a huge hello.
It is. So
Huge.
our county and Brunswick County are the two in the state that are affected most by state appraisal, percentage-wise. You think Sharon Harris probably has a huge number, but percentage-wise, it doesn't compare to what impact Person County has on the state appraised properties.
And we're about 20-some%, 20.
20, 21, 22, the reappraisal will make the number a little bit less, not knowing where the number's going to come in next year. Yes, that's about a fifth of the money. Last year it was a little bit more than a $6 million check. It's kind of scary. So every year I try to get somebody to give me some idea, and this year they're saying, take last year, not the 920, but take the 845 and come down from that. And that's a good starting place. Maybe we'll have a better insight as we get a little closer. And it's not advancing. It's just slow. And it did correctly. All right, so I think the second brick said, keep the property tax rate flat, which Commissioner Pryor and I did not get together on that. But my slide did start off with using the 72-cent tax rate, which was a decrease in the tax rate from last year. So you got 72 cents. So of course, 72 cents this year with the reappraisal, even though we had a decrease in the machinery and equipment, and a potential decrease in your state appraised, it's still going to give you more money at 72 cents than did last year. So a 72 cent rate was going to give you a little bit more than $35 million in revenues to work for this year. Some of my machinery and equipment numbers may go up. The industries don't report their numbers until April 1st. Again, another timing issue. But I don't think a lot of companies invested a lot of money during this calendar year. The COVID issues were out there for everybody. So I don't think there's a lot of new investment. May have been in certain industries, but overall, I don't think there's a lot of new investment. I mean, if you decided to go down from the 72 cent rate, which the brick says keep it at 72, I showed what each penny decrease would mean if you decide to go that route. This does incorporate the DMV revenues. When you pay your taxes on your cars, you pay those at DMV tag office, not to my office. These numbers do incorporate that because you set the tax rate for vehicles also. It is the same rate for 9 months of the year. That's kind of another abnormality. Since the bills have already been mailed for July, August, and September, by the time you set the rate for next year, those bills have to have a different tax rate. They have the old tax rate for the first 3 months of the year. And if and it's based on when you actually collect the money, not when you build it. So you could get some old tax rate money in 6 months later. It's just odd how that could work. So sometimes you have an increase in tax rate that doesn't necessarily give you the same increase you
Is that
expect.
because of the state guidelines that kind of over?
Yes, it was
all that?
it was a way to get the renewal notice to the taxpayer in time for them to renew on time and have a tax rate that we could use that would work, because we don't know what the tax rate is until June 30, and they already had that renewal notice in their hand 6 weeks earlier. So that's how we had to compromise and make it work. Overall, it does work out, but it's odd how that fits in. And I did the same thing for fire tax. So in fire tax, last year, we were focused on trying to get a rate of $1 million in revenues. We have a 2.75 cent tax rate. That 2.75 cent tax rate would give 1.157 using the current estimates of values. That does give you the regular growth in addition to the reappraisal growth. Any questions?
There's a fire tax on DMV?
There is. Actually, it's on all personal, all taxable property. And then you tax for the county, you tax for all districts. You get a fire tax on city, as
Right.
a vehicle tax for the city. If you're not in the city, there's a fire tax. So actually, it's on your vehicle tax bill. Since you're in the county, you're paying fire tax and county tax. It's itemized, it's on there.
I just thought fire tax would be on real property only. I mean, I'm just kind of like, wow.
Well, if you think about how the fire tax and their expenses, how the fire department's expenses run, I'm not a fireman, but a lot of their calls are based on traffic incidents. They're your first responders. So having a fire tax that covers
Car
those vehicles,
fire, accident,
yeah, it makes
whatever. Okay.
perfect sense.
Okay, I just was like, I had never thought about it.
And if you're late listing your boat on your taxes, you get a fire tax late listing penalty also.
On your boat.
And you get interest on the fire tax not being paid on time. So all that fits together,
Okay.
same rules. Yeah, it is. When we first started talking about fire tax, and it took us 8 years to get that done, there was a lot of questions about what does this mean? But it really does.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
It took me 8 years to change the vehicle tax system too, so I guess we weren't too far behind that. I do have another slide. I don't know if we want to go over this. It's talking about revenue neutral, and it's premature to even talk about revenue neutral. Revenue neutral is something you have to publish as part of your budget adoption. And basically it's saying, because of reappraisal, we had extra revenues, and a rate that would have given us no extra revenues other than the growth we had would be this rate. And I've done some preliminary numbers trying to figure out what that number is, but just to keep in mind, you do have to publish that as part of your budget document. And
During
it's
a
really too early to
reappraisal.
talk about it at this point, but just want to remind you that's something that's coming up.
And we only do that during the reappraisal process. So that's why this year's a little bit different. I asked Russell to go ahead and introduce the concept because we do have to publish this rate. And sometimes there's confusion about what that means. So it's a good time to kind of hammer that out.
And until this year is done, or all but done, it's hard to predict the revenue neutral rate because it's based on the average growth for the last 8 years. So what they want to do is, what the legislation wanted to do was allow you to have your normal growth because there are new houses being built inside of a reappraisal year, outside of a reappraisal year. But they wanted you to have to disclose that we had a windfall of revenue because of reappraisal, and that's what that whole idea is about. So it's something we'll have to publish.
Right. You try to segregate the amount of increase that's just due to reappraisal, not due to annual growth.
Much better wording. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Say if we build a new subdivision,
Yeah,
that's going to increase taxes and all that, but it's
Right.
also going to pull on services. So
Yes.
that new subdivision could actually end up being revenue neutral, even though it's growth, it really isn't helping the coffers per se. Is that kind of?
that is a true statement, but that's not how we're using the revenue
Okay.
neutral term.
You're combining the two ideas together. Revenue neutral was just saying, just on the revenue side, we would have had an increase in revenue because of that new subdivision. In addition to that new subdivision, we had a reappraisal, so we had an increase because of new construction and an increase because of the reappraisal, bringing the values to current market. So those two together influences where your revenues will come from. It's not about the expenses of that subdivision. Unfortunately, the property tax is not based on the services you received, it's based on value.
Okay, so how are we, why do we want to make this neutral then?
You don't,
Explain this to me, because I'm like,
So revenue neutral, let's say hypothetically,
Right.
I wanted to know how,
you're just trying to explain to a taxpayer what you gained from the reappraisal process.
okay,
and if we want to lower the property tax to offset
the gain.
the gain,
Yep. That's
you.
the rate that you would adopt.
yes, the rate we would use, and
Yeah.
that's something that we would look at next year, not this year, because we're not there yet.
Gotcha, thanks.
So it's an idea from the General Assembly, and I would think there was probably a large increase in a larger county. And the citizens wanted to know, well, how much of an increase did you have because of reappraisal? How much was because of normal growth? So they passed a law for us to have to do that.
It's not as impactful in a small community like us because our growth is not as significant as it might be in a large urban area that's seeing double digits in a reappraisal process.
The increase we have seen this time, and we're on an 8-year cycle, 8 years is the longest cycle you can use. Almost all of our increase happened in 2019 and 2020. The increase we saw in those 2 years is the increase I would normally see in the whole 4-year cycle, a 15% increase, but we're seeing that over 8-year cycle. And when the coronavirus started, the first fear, as Amy kind of talked about sales tax, we were afraid that we had to do a reappraisal this year and the values were going to just bottom out. They did the opposite. They actually increased another 3% in 2020 over what they had already done in 19. So what people are paying for today is a lot different what they paid for in 2013. Another idea about the revenue neutral rate, I believe it was 2001. Commissioner Bree, you may remember, we lowered the rate that year. And the very next year, we determined that that was not sustainable and had to raise it back up. We lowered it 2 cents and only to turn around the very next year and raise it right back up. So as much as I would love to have a very, very low tax rate because it makes my job easier, what makes my job even easier than the low tax rate is a consistent rate. So when people understand what they have to budget and that doesn't change every year, they're more comfortable. They'll be upset this year because if they're escrowed and the tax rate goes up and their values go up, their house payments don't go up because of escrow. But once it's reset, they're usually okay with it. So that's something they can budget with is what they really look for. Something that's so you could look at revenue neutral and say, oh, we're going to be one of those counties that just lowered it down to the bare bones, but you're going to, so it makes it difficult for the next year's coming. A lot of information, a lot of numbers. I'm sure everybody's sleeping after Amy and I both. Is any questions about the state appraised and how that fits in the reappraisal process? We're getting ready to send out notices sometime this week And a lot of ours was due to ransomware, but when I talked to other counties, there's 21 counties doing a reappraisal. Every one of the counties decided to wait to this time of the year, March and April, to send their notices, because we definitely want to see what COVID was doing to the values. Every county is doing a reappraisal this year, saying that the real estate values for residential is way up. And commercial is taking a bigger hit in the larger counties because all the different venues, you think about going to Walnut Creeks and seeing a rock band, or go to Deepak, and
We've seen the impact yet. It's not even started.
when you go there, you spend money, you stay at a hotel, you food and lodging. None of that has impacted us. So even our residential's up and our commercial hasn't been hurt as bad as the larger counties. And sales tax is another story that tells the same thing. People don't buy their groceries on the way home when they stop at the nice grocery store in Durham. They wait till they get back to Roxborough. They never left Roxborough, they buy it here. Okay.
Questions for Russell? Anything about revenues? The next presentation, we're going to have a break in between, is focusing more on a preview of expenditures and upcoming needs. So I let Russell go first so we can get a good flavor of what we have on the revenue side.
So another item I'd like to revisit would be the appointment to the special board ENR. If y'all had a chance to think about that, or where do we want to head with that, the members of that board?
Chair, it's a recommendation for me, for our members. I'd like to recommend Margaret Bradsher, Kyle Perrier, David Newell, Curtis Bradsher, Jay Poindexter. Alternative, I'd like to recommend PJ Gentry and myself to the alternates.
I missed one of your first five. I got Margaret Bradsher, Curtis Bradsher,
Margaret
Jay
Bradsher,
Poindexter.
Kyle Perrier.
Kyle. Thank you. So I didn't mean to leave you out, Mr. Brewer.
You got David Newell, Senior, Curtis Bradsher, Jay Poindexter, PJ Gentry, and me.
Any discussion or comments? If not, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Done for you.
I need to attend one of those. Will one of the alternates step in if they want to be in?
It just said alternate. What if I'm busy that day? No,
Now,
I'm just kidding.
I would be reaching out to all the members, including the alternates, about the training sessions and giving you the Zoom link. So you can do that. We can host that at my office, or we can do it at your house if one you want to do. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
How long
You're
Does
gonna
that training
present?
take?
Oh, it's about 2 hours. It's about 2
Okay.
hours. And you can, if you deal with from home, you can
I
probably
feel
take
like
a
I'm
nap.
getting my master's degree in the School of Government right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in the county government for 20 some years, and I would even being in there as an employee, I would not dream of being a commissioner. It's just a lot of things to figure out quick.
Thank you for, you were on the ethics thing with me the other day, and there is just so much information, and I'm like
It's a lot.
astounded.
It takes a long time to grasp it. Russell and I, Amy, we've all been doing this for 20 plus years, and I learn something new every single day. It's a lot of information.
Like the fire tax on vehicles.
Yes, yes. Laws are always changing. You just never know.
You've been paying fire tax on a vehicle for 3 years, and you just now figured it out.
Yeah, well, I look at it, but I just didn't see the little 2 cents on the fire tax part of it, I guess.
I saw it when I just paid one the other day, so.
Well, when we first started talking about it, and then when the first year or two, we funded it out of the general fund. And yeah, you're right, I probably did exaggerate that a little bit, but it seemed like a long time.
It did
I
take
mail
a
it
while.
out through the years.
It all runs together, doesn't it? Thank y'all.
Thank you, Russell. So we are scheduled for about a 15-minute break on the agenda. We're a few minutes ahead of where we were projecting. Are we good with a 15-minute break? Kind of stretch our legs? 15? Okay. So we're at 10:25 now.
40. Yeah, let's go. We're 5 minutes ahead. Let's go. You like you talking to Ryan.
All right, we ready to get started again? Got everybody in place? So Amy and Russell, I put them ahead of me and then it's all downhill from me on. They both did a great job sharing information. And so I'm going to shift gears on us and talk to you about a preview of needs for the upcoming budget. So kind of what we know at this point in time, what we're anticipating, or things that we want to get on your radar screen that we will address in the upcoming fiscal year. So there is a logical order into the way that we have structured our presentations. We've done the mid-year, where are we? We've done revenues, what can we expect? And now we're going to look at the expenditures. And for you all, this is really the kickoff of the budget process, the board retreat. But for staff, we have been working and talking about the budget since about December. And it feels very much to us like our lives are a circular process of budget. But budgeting for commissioners is one of the most important things that you will do in your job. The budget is a way for you to communicate to the public what your priorities are. And so that is why we also spend some time today talking about what those priorities look like and then how we want to reflect that in your upcoming budget. So it's a great communication tool for you to tell the world what's really important to you all as elected officials within the budget document. So at this point, we have collected from our partners, which is our education partners specifically, and from county department heads, what the upcoming capital needs look like. A capital need is anything over a $50,000 threshold, one-time expenditure, so we'll talk about those. And then we have also gathered from our department heads what their personnel needs are. We try to separate this into small chunks for them because the process can be a bit overwhelming for all of us. So at this point in time, we have a preview of capital needs and personnel. And then later this week, as part of the budget process, just to shine some light on what that looks like, I start meeting with department heads. Myself, Catherine, our assistant, Amy and Melissa from finance, we meet with every single county department head to go over what they're asking for next year, look at their spending trends. We do a zero-based budgeting process where they have to justify each and every expenditure starting from zero so that we really have a handle on what is being spent and why. And once we meet with them, then our real work begins where we start making cuts because by law, I am required to present to you a balanced budget. Every year, our requests far exceed what we are capable of affording. So we start scaling that back. So by the time it's presented to you, it has already been cut to the best of our ability. And then you can make further cuts or make tweaks so that this budget really becomes a reflection of the board's priorities. So in a nutshell, that is how the budget process works and what our roles are. And once I present it to you all in May, it really is yours. We sort of give it to you to make sure then it reflects the board's priorities. So it's important to do this work now so that I'm able to build a budget that meets the needs of the board and that's headed in the right direction. So these are very helpful to staff to know what your priorities might look like for next year. All right, so here's a preview of what we know and what we want to be on your radar. The first one is the capital improvement plan request. So remember, a capital project is supposed to be over $50,000. We will have a CIP, that's your capital improvement plan, presented to you all and adopted separately ahead of the budget, because this is a big piece of what you'll be spending next year. Then we'll take that and plug that into the annual budget. So we do incorporate our educational partners because their needs are very, very expensive. PCC next year is asking for a $1.3 million appropriation. And I have a separate slide for the schools and for the community college. So we'll go a little deeper into what those requests look like. PCS is asking for about 1.6 million, and these are primarily maintenance needs for them. They don't have a glamorous project like you might see in PCC, which they're calling their Advanced Technology Center. And then here are some highlights from county departments that have capital needs. We're looking at constructing a new server room as part of the IT building to separate out some of that equipment. General Services has a project for the LEC, which is the Law Enforcement Center, for water valves. Our big roofing project next year, and we do a roofing study that is sort of ongoing, updated every year. The big one in that next year is the old Helena Gym, which is still being used, of course. And then the Recreation Department, which always has a large number of projects. There are 7 projects that they have requested for about $646,000. So right now, what has been requested is about $4 million worth of capital needs. We have a target, we being staff, and Amy and I specifically try to say that we want to set aside about $2 million for capital every year. That gives us some baseline without a lot of fluctuations, but you'll see in your CIP document that there certainly are fluctuations. And this particular current year has been one of the lowest in spending of capital needs. So we are expecting that next year we're going to play a bit of catch up to make up for the cuts that we made in the CIP this year. All right, so here's a deeper dive into the community college request. That small one that does not meet the 50,000 threshold is part of a 3-year incremental spending on their telephone replacement system. And that's the final little bit that we're just needing to appropriate to finish up that project. But the rest of those you can see are pretty large. The Advanced Technology Center, I believe, is slated for next year. This is sort of their preliminary engineering study piece of that. And I think that project is around $6 million. So we are going to need to really think about whether that is something that the board wants to commit to. If we decide we're not going to do that, we perhaps would not fund the $500,000, but further discussion with the community college board and president for some more information on that.
These, the priorities, I mean, the utmost priorities, is there some?
This is not in any sort of order on here. This is exactly what they asked for. What I will recommend is going to look different than this. Okay. They have a lot of needs. Both of these, both PCC and PCS have a lot of needs that they will want to talk with you about further. So here's the school's needs. A long list here of what they're asking for, and I'm not going to go through each one, but you can see these are really just maintenance needs for the school system. Lots of replacements, nothing new or very glamorous on this list. And so the total of their request for next year is about 1.6 million. But I have big asterisks at the bottom because they have a facility needs assessment that we've heard a lot about. And there's some very, very big ticket items in there. So included, I wanted to just remind you that they have identified about $36 million worth of what they're calling safety and security, ADA, and deferred maintenance needs that they will need addressed at some point in time. This number of 1.6 does not include any of those projects from their facility needs assessment. So
List here of their what they would like to have done at the schools.
Yes.
Has there been, when someone says, we need a, is it leaking? I mean, have we had discussions with them about
Yes.
the status of what they want to replace or with the schools? That's what I'm.
Yes,
when I see
we
this
do
one.
have some of those discussions before they submit, but then once they submit it, I get Ray Fouchi, our General Services Director, to work with their Facilities Director, and then we really prioritize. He actually goes up and looks at the state of some of the roofs, and so when I give you a recommended, that will reflect what the worst case ones are that need to be funded immediately versus ones that I think we could probably push off another year or two with just a minor patch. So this is just sort of first pass before we've really delved deeper. But the school facilities are also included in our roofing assessment that we do. So we have an engineer who looks at all of the roofing needs for schools, county buildings, et cetera, and then prioritizes worst to least. And that's kind of how we determine when we're gonna do roof work on those. We do the same thing with windows. The schools have had a lot of window replacement needs, so we have an engineer look at the state of those, and that helps us make some informed decisions about prioritizing those projects. So I had a conversation with Dr. Peterson on Friday morning that I told him I wanted to share with the board, and it will feed nicely into the next presentation when we bring our debt consultants. But he's really asking for us to think about how we tackle that $36 million need. Is there a commitment that we would maybe just fund that as part of the CIP in small increments of what we could afford? Like, would we just set aside, $1 million a year to start chipping away at that? Or would the board prefer to tackle, to take a bigger bite out of that and do some sort of financing? That would be an option too. And then another option that they of course like is doing a bond referendum, which would give you the biggest bite out of that list of needs. So we don't have to make a decision about that, but that was a conversation that he and I had where we're laying out like a couple of strategies where we could start working on those needs. So sort of 3 ways to do that. Incrementally, we might say we're going to set aside $1 million a year and just chip away, and it's going to take us 36 years. or we're going to do a financing, a bank placement financing, and we could probably do, 7, 10, somewhere a bigger piece than $1 million a year. And that's a question that I'd like to pose to the debt consultants during our discussion with them. And then a bond referendum, of course, would give us, a huge financing, maybe a $20 million. It could come from the state. It could be local. We don't know. It could also require voter approval, which is a bit risky because that might not be a priority. So then we have to go back to the drawing board. So still lots of conversation, but we do know, we have been made aware of those needs. And if one of our priorities is going to be to improve school facilities, then we need some plans for how we might do that. And our debt consultant is going to help us think through some of those options. Any questions about education partners? Yes.
When do we need to find out how, when to proceed funding?
So the
What's
process.
the deadline?
Well, I will present to you a recommended capital improvement plan. That'll come in April. And then you have, I think, another meeting after that. So we'll spend some time, once I present it, fleshing out questions that you have, how the spending might fit in with our overall spending. And then that'll come back to you at a future meeting for adoption. And so then you'll adopt that. And then we take that piece and put it into the overall spending budget, which will be presented to you in May.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are mandated expenses too, not discretionary. But how we go about it is totally different, but
Right. So
This
we
is one
are
where-
required to provide for school maintenance needs and community college maintenance needs. The amount of funding in which you dedicate to that is where you have some discretion.
right.
Yep. Thanks. We're going to come back to a discussion of mandated versus discretionary here in a few minutes. Okay, we know less about what's on the operating side for county departments because those have not been due yet except for the personnel piece. But I did want to preview what we know so far. And the big whammy that Amy started to hint at was our health insurance for county employees. We have been working with our brokers, pretty much every month since this past fall. And we have been trying to keep a watchful eye on what our claims are doing. And the trend is very, very steep. We have seen just very large claimants driving those costs. And so I needed to make sure that I set the stage for what's to come with that. When we initially met with them to look at our renewal, I'll say that was around December, we were looking at about 30% increase over your current year spending just on health insurance. So we have seen some improvement in that over the last few months. And we are also proposing to restructure the design a bit so that we can spread out the pain of that increase. So the estimate for next year right now is just under a 15% increase. We've whittled that down from 30. And we're looking at almost $600,000 of new funding to support the health insurance. So you're spending about $4.7 million to provide health insurance for employees. I also have some salary adjustments on EMS. That's been a multi-year process where we have done a lot of different things to make our EMS salaries competitive and to help reduce turnover. You heard from Amy that we have continued to struggle with overtime. So I did want to just highlight that we're seeing a bit of an increase coming for EMS salaries as well. Then I did mention that our department heads have requested their personnel needs. So right now I have 10 full-time employees being requested. Those are 10 new positions for county operations. And then there are also about 2.5 additional part-time employee requests made. So it's 3 part-time positions, I think, each half-time. So that's why I'm showing it as a half position because it's
Or positions, I wasn't
it's
sure.
positions and the number of
Thanks,
hours.
okay.
Yes. So the cost of those is registering at $686,000 if we were to fund all of those. And then one of the things that Commissioner Sims had wanted to make sure to highlight today was the VFD funding, because we know that there are some needed changes with that as we move forward without the former Woodsdale department. So I did want to get that number on your radar as well. We are looking at restoring the funding that Woodsdale previously had. We would redistribute that to the departments that are going to be covering that district. So we do have a plan in place. We're having lots and lots of meetings. Our target is to bring that back for discussion, I think at the March 15th meeting at this point. And of course, these numbers here are for next fiscal year. Just wanting to get those on your radar. There's also built into the contract for volunteer fire department funding a 2% increase that occurs every other year. This upcoming budget has the 2% for the volunteer fire departments. So I have that number there at the bottom, 21,000 would be the 2%, and then the restoration and reallocation of Woodsdale is about 24,000 for a total increase next year of about 45,877. And we are proud of the decision that the board had made to implement a fire tax. The fire tax now is where all of the funding for the volunteer fire departments comes from. The exception of that is the City of Roxborough fire contract, which is over $200,000. That is still funded out of general fund.
One is every other year than this.
Right, that is a recurring annual cost. They get a 2% increase on the opposite years of the volunteer fire department. So they have their 2% increase in the current year. Okay. Here is a deeper dive into the medical insurance renewal. When we started to see the escalation of costs, we talked to our broker about bidding out the service. So going out to the marketplace to see, are the costs high because of being with Cigna? Is there somebody else that we should look at that might help defer some of that cost from the organization? So they solicited bids, went out to the market. Anybody, any insurance company could respond if they wanted to. But when they look at our book of business and the high claimants, there's not a whole lot of interest in jumping in on this. But we did receive quotes from 4 insurance providers. And the most competitive, the best quote came from Cigna. They have been a great partner for the county with the stop loss. They have given a lot of money towards wellness. And you may have seen some of the emails that have gone out this year where we are implementing wellness programs to help turn the curve on the escalating costs. So we're doing a waist circumference survey, study and incentive. We're doing a diabetes program. We've done some other programs to help try to bring some of those claims down. So this is, yes,
Everybody, okay.
everybody. Yep, every county employee that takes insurance, which is pretty much everybody.
Do the insurance companies look at our wellness and say, oh, you have a wellness program, or does that
Yeah,
affect the
that-
rates?
That factors in, yeah, and they
Okay.
can propose wellness, funding as well.
Right.
But they're really looking at the performance of the claims.
Right.
Counties our size.
It's a mixed bag. We made a decision a number of years ago to go to a self-insured insurance plan. And what that means is that we're actually seeing the claims and paying for the claims rather than being fully insured where you're mixed in with, 10 other or more. I don't know how many, but we wanted to be able to try to get a handle on our own expenses and have that transparency for what the needs of our organization are. So we continue to like having that the self-funded program because of that transparency and the ability to implement some programming to address those needs. But I don't have a sense of how other counties are doing it in terms of what their renewal rates are looking like, because ours is a little bit different. I don't know, Lisa, if you have any sense back there of what you're seeing from other counties on the listserv or anything in terms of their renewals? So we're trending, in concert with other organizations in terms of escalating costs. But we also had some long conversations with the broker about restructuring our plan so that we could help. And that's why we've gone from a 30, another reason why we've gone from a 30 to a 15. So next year, we are proposing offering a health savings account to employees along with their usual PPO, the preferred provider option. We would offer both. There's no pressure for employees to choose one or the other. But as folks transition to more of a health savings account, it allows the employees to have control over their costs and to really make some business decisions themselves about what their needs are, particularly those who don't use our plan a lot. We would be paying them about $750 into their initial health savings account, and then they use that money to go secure their medical needs. So looking at offering a dual option there next year.
Who is that through? Excuse me.
That would be through Cigna.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at.
I think also with our health costs, I mean, it's no brainer, but the age of our workforce obviously makes a difference. I know where I work at, that's, we look at, we're getting older,
Yeah.
and when you get older, you have more health issues, it just goes with that. So I don't know what our median age is. I'm just.
Yeah,
it's-
our
it's-
median
it's-
age, I think,
yeah.
is about 37, so that's not a
That's
huge
not bad
driver,
at
but we
all.
do have a large number of retirees on the plan.
Yeah.
And we do see that the costs of retirees are higher than the general population of employees, which you would expect.
Yeah, it's nature doing business. I just know that can
Yeah.
certainly affect. Sorry.
So by making some of these structural changes, we would have the ability to keep employees get the health insurance from the county at no cost for them out of pocket. So this would maintain that and give them an option of moving to a health savings or staying on the PPO, both at no cost. Now, if they add spouses or dependents, there are costs associated with that. Questions about what that's looking like? It's a big piece of your budget when we're spending, was it 4.7 million? It's a lot of money. That's your broadband towers, airport hangar, health insurance. Okay. Cost of doing business, yes. All right. Other expenditures and opportunities. My first one is with Person Industries. Commissioner Gentry had wanted to have a bit of a discussion about what that looks like for the upcoming budget. So one thing that I want to make sure to get on your radar screen is that the building lease where they are is up, it expires in 2025. So we've talked over the last couple of years about merging the recycling center and PI on the boulevard into one building to gain some efficiencies. Right now, they're going back and forth between the two operations. And so if we want to do that merger, there is a study recommended, a feasibility study that looks at the space needs that we need for the clients and the staff, looks at how we can improve efficiencies and what upgrades we would need to our equipment, because we know that the recycling center also has equipment upgrades that are needed that are quite costly. So if we want to proceed with this, and we are kind of getting towards the expiration of that lease, we need to be planning for that. We would have next year a feasibility study of about $50,000. That's the quote that we have gotten from a couple of providers to make that happen and to start moving in that direction. Do you want to ask any other questions about PI? That was a,
Well, yeah, I
way to
mean, the
move it.
lease is coming up. We don't own the building or that parking lot. So we're going to have to give that up, I believe. I mean, I just think it's silly for us to stay, there like that. I also think that maybe it's an important function, but I don't know if it's a government function. So I think we need to start looking at finding ways to transition this into a private nonprofit situation. I think we need to maybe take this feasibility study and just say, how do we move it and put it together with the recycle, but how do we move this into a private nonprofit situation? This is not something that the county government should be involved in. It's an important facet of what needs to happen in a community, but I think it would be better run privately. And I would like to see a budget given this year with the caveat that we be moving in a direction to find another management team other than the county government to take over these operations. And I know that's a big ask, but I think it's something we really need to look at. Does anybody have any comment? I know it's just a real tough, oh my gosh, let's not touch that one, but it's a reality that we need to do. We need to look at it. There's no need for it to be shut down, but there's no reason that it can't be shifted to a private nonprofit operation.
and it used to be a nonprofit prior to, I don't know how
But
long
the county
ago.
took it on, how many, 20 years ago or something? Yeah, and it's, I mean, we are not, that's not the business of county government, state government to run those types of programs. We have social programs and DHS, and we have those things that are mandated wise, but this is not. And I just think it would be practical and smart for people that are utilizing these services to actually have some skin in the game and manage it and run it. I think it needs to come out from underneath the umbrella of county government.
That'd be part of the feasibility study.
Could it be? Could we do?
I think we could add that. Right now, they're just looking at sort of the physical structures, but it sounds like if there's interest from the board, that we could expand that into looking at operationally functioning or
Right, and then
transitioning.
how do we go out and find a partner to take that over? I mean, we don't want to just walk away and leave it high and dry, absolutely
Right.
not.
We would
don't
have a
wanna do that,
plan.
But we would have to have some kind of a transition plan where that would go
Yeah.
into a public operate, or a private operation.
This building, is that a county-owned building?
The one that's on the boulevard is rented from the Walker family. We've been in that lease for a number of years, but there has not been interest in the county purchasing that building. I'm sorry, there has not been interest in the family selling the building to the county. We have asked about purchasing it, and they would like us to continue to rent that.
Is there adequate room to move the recycle? I believe I overheard you
Yeah,
say
so we would move from the
combining-
boulevard to the recycling center.
Okay.
And that would take some expansion of space, but couple of years ago, I don't know, my time blurs too, we did purchase the building that the recycling center is housed in. So it makes sense that we would move to a facility that we are not leasing.
And it would be better over here, keep recycle here instead of on our boulevard.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah. So I'm asking Catherine, as we go through the day, to kind of keep a list of items that we want to revisit or come back to.
For the feasibility study to include a private partner.
A different
Looking-
structure,
looking
yeah,
for-
looking for, yeah, with a timeline, okay, within a year, with the 12 months, let us start investigating, reaching out to different nonprofit organizations that work with people in situations like this and say, what can we do to move this over into to this lane versus out from underneath county government?
Still keep the operation open.
The operation is just shifting it from our responsibility, to a private nonprofit.
We will put that on
And
our
this is a
list.
community service type thing, but this is not what county government is designed to handle. If I'm correctly, this is not normally something county government handles in other places. This is just something really unique to Person County. And I understand its importance, but I also understand the cost of it. Weighing this against the population, everything else, it shouldn't be underneath our umbrella, in my opinion. And I would like to see it shifted in a good way, that it's not interrupted, that it can continue to flow and service the people that it does. And I also think the recycle, I think, we're not in the trash business. We're not in the recycle business. That's not county government business. That should be taken over by a private entity.
We're not charging anybody for taking their recycle up there now. So I think for what I would be concerned about is if we go down the road and our residents have to pay for that. I see things, excuse me, I see things that what concerns me is that someone says, well, I'm not going to go pay this when I can just put it in my regular trash, and we're not getting the recycle, because I think recycle is very important. But that's what I would think about. Certainly we need to pursue looking at that, but I'm just concerned about if we have to start charging
Sure,
our residents. So
it's a valid concern.
I pay monthly for recycling.
For
my
pickup,
recycle.
curbside pickup, we don't provide.
Right.
A private hauler does that piece, but if a resident wants to just drop off recyclables, it is free to them if they're,
you certainly, like I said, let's look for it. I'm all about that. I'm just concerned when it gets down to the final, when we look at the decisions or cost, is what's it going to cost
sure,
our taxpayers.
okay. All right, the next one I have up there is VFD funding, and I think I've already covered that. Commissioner Sims, was there anything else you wanted to highlight in terms of an opportunity or an expenditure with volunteer fire department funding for next year?
No, just looking forward to the report that will be coming
Yeah.
out. I think you said March, so that we
Yes.
can show everyone where the maps are and who's covering what.
Yep.
And understand a little bit more of the cost.
Yes, we're also using this opportunity to update all the volunteer fire department district maps, because we've had some very odd lines where we've had parcels that were in multiple districts. And so we are trying to clean that up and tackle all of that in this opportunity. So the maps will come back to the county commissioners for approval before we send them on to the state. They are required to be approved by the commissioners. And then we're also working on a contract for coverage of the former Woodsdale district. And that's being covered by primarily Triple Springs. We're clarifying the city's portion of that district as well as CEFO with the new maps. All right, the next one on there is broadband. This has been a priority of the board, continues to be a community-wide goal for us. And what we are seeing as the next steps, certainly there are many other opportunities for that, would be to partner with one of our partners who has done some of the studies for us to look at where we go from here. How do we continue to expand broadband, and what does that look like? How much does that cost, and what are the opportunities for that? So we do have a proposal from them. I think we're planning to bring that back for the board's discussion at the March 15th meeting. And that will sort of open that up in terms of what does county government want to do to continue to expand broadband. We know the need is there in the community. We've been very proactive about county government intervening in that. And so this study, we think, gives us an opportunity to have some further plans with broadband.
So with the current projects and our vision of what we wanted countywide, are we to the end of those projects? Are those complete?
I'm looking at both Catherine and Chris because they're working more closely with the private partners than I am, but
So the fiber aspect is, they have linked all 4 tower sites to our main data center. Catherine may have more information on if River Street has done the additional stuff. To my knowledge, there's nothing new there to report. I know there's some stuff in the landfill that they were doing with some monopoles there. There's an uptown or downtown area public Wi-Fi project they're looking to finalize. But my guess on where we are with River Street is probably the next 6 months for that project to complete. That sound about right? What you're thinking?
Well, 2 of their towers are fully operational, or their equipment on 2 of the towers is fully operational, and they have active customers. They were waiting on completion of the fiber project to bring the final 2 towers online, and that's Bushyport and Bethel Hill. So that should, now that the fiber project is complete, then those towers should be coming on here in the near future. And then they will be able to serve customers from those towers. And we do know, based on survey responses, that there is a very high interest, particularly in the Bushyport area for customers they think they will be able to reach. They have also recently put equipment on a tower, which they refer to as that Oak Point Tower near Hyco Lake, and they hope to bring customers onto that soon. They are in the process of building a wood tower down in the southeastern portion of the county. We are talking to them about whether adding some equipment at the landfill on a monopole would help increase their service area. The landfill has put forth some funding for that, so we went out to the landfill a couple weeks ago, and they are currently studying that. So as far as the specific county project with them on the 4 public safety towers, that should be wrapping up soon as far as getting all the infrastructure in place active.
And this particular study is a company that we're looking at is partnered with Piedmont Electric.
Correct. So Piedmont Electric is also working on this in our area. This consulting company is working with them. They have also done a study for us in the past, so we're asking them to update the study to assess where we are currently, where the opportunities lie for further expansion, and recommending some action steps that the county can take in order to complement ongoing efforts for further expansion.
We're wanting to update the coverage maps too, to see now that we have our 4 towers and the equipment functional, what that looks like, so we can get a better handle of the underserved or unserved, unmet needs that still exist despite our $4 million investment.
Will they be able to tell us strategy? I understand with the FCC regulations that the signal was there, but the provider is not allowed to boost the signal to cover the areas for FCC regulations. Is there something that we can do to get them to boost that signal? Because I think that's kind of dampering what the possibilities are for coverage in the county.
I'm not 100% on the actual project that you're talking about.
Mhm.
Is that regarding the River Street, the last update they did about the 2.5 mile versus the 5 mile from the tower?
Yes.
Okay. So that's more of a limitation of technology today. They can boost it as much really as they want, but if the receiving end can't get back to the tower.
Well, what I heard was from the provider that their technology will go the distance, but they're restricted from the FCC standpoint yeah.
Yeah, there's some pieces that we can discuss about that, but essentially, regardless of what they get from the FCC, there's still going to be coverage issues with wireless unless you add additional hardware to fill in those pockets. Just due to the nature of to get the bandwidth that they need with higher frequency. The issue with higher frequencies is they don't penetrate buildings, leaves, things like that. So again, they can amplify the hardware, but the problem is with those frequencies, they don't penetrate as deeply into more dense areas such as trees, buildings, whatnot. So that's some issues that they need to work out on their side of what hardware they're using and what technology they're using. But this particular company that we'll be partnering with has worked with River Street in the past as well. They've also got some of their own experts on the wireless side of things, much more advanced than what I know. And they can certainly help us with that. But we did have a conversation about the last statement that was made at the last commission meeting where they gave that update. And there are some inconsistencies that we want to confirm before we go too much further with that about whether or not it's a technological issue or a FCC issue.
Can you ask them about satellite connectivity? I know that that's kind of the next technology that's maybe being proposed, especially for more rural areas, is smaller satellites being able to serve.
I'm assuming they would also include that.
Would they? Okay.
You can add that in. I do know there is some other stuff coming out, Starlink. If you're familiar with that, it's, SpaceX, Elon Musk.
Yep.
They are actually beta testing in the lower United States now. That just opened up a month or so ago.
Well, he's closer now. He's in Austin, so he's moving our way.
Yeah. But yes, those don't have the limitations of towers and spacing on the ground. It's really just accessibility to the open sky.
Right.
So there's things that they can do in that study, just to kind of see how far they are along with that. But there's really no limitation to what that can do location-wise, aside from the physical access to the sky.
Right. So they're beta testing, you said, in the lower?
Yes, they are beta.
How could we become part of a beta test?
We can
Make a
put on their, basically their website, right now you can go to and sign up. You do have to pay for the hardware up front. There's a deposit that you put down. I'm not trying to sell this. I actually have to know because I may have recently signed up.
Did you already pay for the equipment?
I put the deposit down.
Okay.
There's a deposit you put down, basically secures your spot in the line for beta testing. And then you have to pay, once they approve you as beta tester, you pay for the hardware itself, and so forth. But yes, it's Starlink is that particular product, the satellite side. There are other companies, Dish does, Hughes have things like that. There's some differences in the way the technology works as far as number of customers they serve, the speed, latency, all sorts of other technological deals there that I can talk to you about one-on-one if you like.
Good job. I'm excited to hear that you're doing that. That's great.
Cool.
That's great.
New technology coming out.
Yay.
Right. And that's part of why we're suggesting this study is like, what else is out there? We've completed, what we wanted to, and we think there's some opportunity to further enhance the connectivity, and they're going to help us get a handle on what those options might look like. So that would be in your budget request, and I think are bringing that back on the 15th of March to ask for approval for this. Okay. The next opportunity that we want to make sure is on our radar is the community project fund that we have with Republic. They have committed to giving us $100,000 a year, every year for community projects. It's very broad. We have an opportunity to define what those projects look like. And we have received the funding for the current year and need to have a discussion about, is there an interest in soliciting proposals from community partners where we then develop a committee that might review those projects. That could be somewhat lengthy and laborious, but gives an opportunity for partners to receive funding. Or is there an appetite from the board to say, right now, our priority in the current year is, broadband connectivity, enhancing broadband. Do we want to commit to using that $100,000 in the current year to further broadband access? So you have the leeway to use those funds for a project that you deem as community-wide need. So I wanted to throw that out there as an opportunity to use some of those funds in the current year. And we can go in whichever direction best suits the board, but that is a real opportunity for us. And we will have another $100,000 next fall for the upcoming fiscal year as well. So,
Project or two
Yes.
significantly. I would propose that we fund something significantly rather than sprinkling it and diluting it if we really want to have an impact like on broadband or something of that nature.
Yep.
To fund it well so that it can have an impact.
Chairman, you're looking like you might have a different idea.
No, that's fine. Make it big, do it right, have it done. And the very first thing that comes to my mind is the donor, so to speak, roadside trash. Countywide is horrible. We have a society that seems to have no guilt at all about littering all of our roadsides, and I don't know what it would take. I mean, we've tried to educate, we've tried to emphasize that point, and it is, but I'm concerned about Person County.
Yeah.
I mean, I see the same thing in all over the state, all over the nation for that matter, but
Yeah, part of the contract also includes litter cleanup campaign efforts where they would hire a contractor to clean up. And I think they were committing around 25 to 30,000 for that.
so just so we stay on top of that.
So that could be, if you wanted to use some of this 100,000 to supplement that, but that was also a commitment that Republic made as part of the negotiations as well.
That is good.
Okay. Other thoughts about the community project funding, the 100,000?
Decide this.
Anytime you'd like. We
Okay.
have the money in hand. I had asked Amy to try to set that aside separate so that we could identify exactly how we were going to use that. And then, have some accountability for where that's been spent rather than just putting it in the general fund. So a community-wide project, we can have further discussion.
I mean, instead of spreading it out, it should go towards one.
One
We
project.
look at the bricks here. You mentioned, you've talked about funding EDC, talking about funding broadband. I mean, we did a great job with the towers. But that was, and we got ahead of the game. Now we're caught up. And what are we going to do? What's our next big thing? Because we always have to keep looking forward, because how long does this project take us? About 3 years? close to it, 3, 4 years
Yeah,
to get, I
easy.
mean, and we finally completed it. We got the fiber connected now. I mean, that was.
Big
So we
undertaking.
got to think about not just 2021, but, 2024, 25, and just kind of keep these things
Yep.
going. So I think that would be a good source to use for, towards contributing towards the cost of this.
Yep. All right, we'll put that on our list as a revisit and come back. All right, the other opportunity we have with a county facility is the Human Services Building. And that lease, we've been in that for 20 years about. It is up for renewal, renegotiation, or purchase in 2025. I have been having some conversations with the owners of that over the last year or so. And initially, they were saying that they did not want to sell it in and of itself as just that building. They would consider selling the entire shopping center, to which I said, we're not interested in managing storefronts and tenants and parking lots and all of that. So, negotiations stopped at that point. But they have since come back to me this January saying now they are interested in talking about a potential purchase of that building. So I wanted to throw that out there as an opportunity. If we wanted to, consider that, our next step would be to just have an appraisal done on the portion of the building that we use, which includes the FEMA shelter, DSS, there's mental health facilities, and the health department over there. And the appraisal rate right now to do that building, the quote we received is about $3,000. Does not commit us to anything, just gives you a little more information to think about that as an opportunity moving forward. And that lease, the way that has been structured has been an escalating cost lease. So it is very expensive for us, but because we have DSS in there, they are able to use some of their state funding to cover their share of that lease. So it's not hitting all from the general fund, local dollars. We are able to use some state funding to offset that. If we continue to lease it, we assume that would still be a viable option to use some of those state revenues. So wanted to put that on your radar screen as well. Questions about that?
I mean, we could have paid for the building in the last 20 years, what was it, 2006, 2005, when we did it?
Yeah, that
We could
sounds
have
about
paid
right.
for the building, and we should have bought the building then. So I would say definitely do not look at a lease for this, for the next. Look at either purchasing up front or using county-owned property to build our own facility. But, this is down the line, get,
Right.
a few years, but just my 2 cents on that.
Is this the best facility for us? If we're going to spend this kind of money on a potential purchase, is this the best used car we can get, or should we look at other options for the same dollars? My concern is we don't know yet, but I think the next 6 to 8 months, we're going to see a shift in commercial property values, huge shift. And I would not want to commit to anything at this point in time until I see what happens in the commercial sector.
Fair enough. Other comments? Okay. Just another on your radar screen project that I wanted to throw out there. This last one is county-owned properties, and Commissioner Gentry had asked that we spend a moment just looking at what we have in terms of county-owned properties and asking, is there an opportunity for us to do something with those properties? So this is the list that I was able to generate. Thank you. For which we don't have a current plan for future use. So I will just kind of loosely say these are, surplus or, no real plans for county operations going into them. And each of these is a hyperlink. So if you have questions about where is the county-owned farm, I can click on that and show you the parcel, or any of these if you have questions on, what those parcels look like or where they're located. But this was the list that we were able to generate for discussion. Any conversations you want to have about those properties.
About any of them? You guys have been here longer than I have.
Yes.
Talk about that.
Farm has some challenges. We don't have access to the property. It's landlocked and we don't have an easement to access it. No, but he is available by phone if we want to talk with him.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about the possibility of being able to get an easement to access that property as a government entity. I mean, we're talking about a very narrow strip of property. If we're being landlocked out of it, the other thing is it's buffering some type of watershed, my understanding. The whole reason this was purchased many years ago was to protect some watershed areas for the county. That was my understanding. I don't know.
Yeah. I wasn't here at the time, but I believe there was some intention of Durham expanding water service, water lines. And so we purchased that to protect our opportunity there. And we no longer feel like that is a viable option with Durham County expanding water line. We have been able to access in the past this through just a conversation and handshake agreement to get access to the property. The owner who has the property is willing to sell us an easement if we would like to purchase that. We have not wanted to commit funds to that because we don't really know if this is a property that we want to keep or not. Chris, would you be able to click on that link for me? The county farm one? That's coming. Maybe. Just okay on that. Okay, so it is, if you see the blue and white dot, that is the parcel right there. And let's see, current assessed value is 745. Can you scroll down a little bit? Land value is 745. I don't see the acreage on there. Am I missing that? Calculated area in acres is 281.56. So it's a large chunk.
Actually usable. I mean,
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know that there's timber on it that would make it somewhat valuable for a sell. We have had some interest from buyers, but it's more a question of, is that something you'd like to unload? Because we can't profit off of.
Exactly, or I mean, at a minimum, we can timber it, with access, we can timber it. I'm still somewhat wondering about the original purchase to protect the water access from Durham County, being able to access our water somehow. And I'm just very hesitant to say, oh yeah, just give it up, because that's not going to happen, because we don't know what kind of development's going to happen. We don't know what the next 10 years is going to, what's going to happen to any kind of water that might be important to this county. So I'd like to really get a better understanding of exactly what that protection was set up for.
Sure.
And is it still viable? Can we do that?
We can absolutely do that. Yep.
And then make a decision, but at a minimum, we can timber the land. And that would add revenue that we don't have right now. Because timber will grow back.
Yes.
So we look at the easement.
Yeah,
We need to look at that because I think you need to be able to get to it.
I don't recall a specific price. It was just, we had access to it for many years and now it's beginning to cost us. Here comes Ray, who's had some conversations. Ray, we're talking about County Farm. Did we get a price on an easement to access County Farm ever? Or was it just, if we want to access, we'd need to purchase the easement?
Chris Parker, I guess, who we would get the lease from, and talked about charging for a lease, and then he kind of moved from that into he desired to purchase the entire property, and we've not taken it any further at this point. So no, I don't have a price on the lease, and we haven't talked about selling it to him because we didn't know if that was of interest to the county or not.
Okay. What's the size of the easement that we need as far as length and width?
We probably need only like a 20 to a 30-foot width, just enough to get,
Vehicles in
The
there.
reason we wanted the easement initially was to go in there and harvest the trees, because it's a planted farm, and, you know, it's probably close to $500,000 worth of trees in there now. And, you know, we were trying to see if we could get an easement to get trucks in, and as Heidi said earlier, the last time they harvested trees, he was gracious enough to basically let us go in across his property free, but, this time around, he's kind of said, time's a little tougher now, I think I need to get paid for it. So that's kind of where the conversation's been.
Well, and this is for a public use. This is for public good. Accessing this is for the county, for all of the citizens of the county. So I'm kind of hesitant to like pay a ransom to access, you know, something that's for the county good. But I'd just be curious twofold. I really want to know the overall value of why that was set up originally, because there's something to do with a water source that was valuable to protect for the county at the time it was done. If that's still in play,
Well,
it's still
my
important.
understanding- Excuse me, interrupting, but my understanding was back in I think Tommy Bode was commissioner here at that time. There was interest from Durham County because the river that flows right around our property flows into Lake Mickey, which is their water source. And they were looking at an alternate reservoir, kind of like we've got Roxborough flowing into our city lake. And at that time, for whatever reason, it's my understanding, the commissioners did not want that to happen, so they purchased it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not there's any interest at this point, I don't know, but I mean, if we sell it to Mr. Parker, for example, nothing would keep him from turning around and selling it to Durham and doing the same thing again. So I don't know if it's what the Bible opportunities are.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of what I was thinking. We need to look at that because at a minimum, $500,000 potential timber would help our coffers.
We will add that to our list to do some further investigation and bring that back for discussion.
Ray, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes.
What was the individual's first name again? Willis?
Willis Parker, he is I guess, real estate guy.
I do a lot of work for him.
Yeah.
I work for him.
Mhm.
Thank you. Got a contact with him.
All right, so that is my final slide on opportunities that we have. But I did just pass out a chart that is familiar to some of you. And this chart is really kind of helpful, I think, when we start talking about our budget. So we have 3 columns on our chart, and the chart is titled Mandated versus Discretionary Services. We have a column on the left, which is a mandated service, so you're required to provide this, and mandated funding. So you really have no local control over these funds. The state tells you that you have to put in X number of dollars on, I don't know, unemployment, on retirement, and so you do that. So the column on the left, the mandated services and funding, you have no local control over those services or how much you're funding them. The column in the middle is titled Mandated Services and Discretionary Funding. The state is telling you you must provide these services as a county, but you have local control over how much money, how much resources you put into these services. So that's the middle column. Then the column on the right is titled Discretionary Services and Funding. These are services for which there is no mandate from the state to provide. These are some of your quality of life or efficient county operations, those type services, but you are not required to have those, nor are you required to fund them. You have absolute control over those in terms of how much you fund them. So I like to put this in front of you, not for really any sort of direction or discussion, but just to give you some idea of all the things that are floating out there in which we allocate resources to, and those that are required and those that are not. So just for a breakdown, the largest category, if I were to give you a pie chart of how your funding looks related to these, your largest category is right in the middle. the mandated service, but discretionary funding. That's the bulk of the budget. The column on the right, discretionary services and funding, is the second largest piece of the pie. So you have a lot of control over that second piece of the pie. Then the column on the left, the mandated services and funding, that is the smallest piece of your overall budget and spending, the part that you have no control over. That's just kind of a pass-through. So wanted to get that in front of you because I get a lot of questions as we start the budget process or we go through budget work sessions about what services do you have discretion over in terms of how much you allocate on a year-to-year basis. That's kind of a tool that we use for that discussion. You'll see it again. But any questions I can answer for you related to the upcoming budget opportunities and expenditures that are on your radar screen? No? Thank you for your attention and engagement on that. So we are now going to move into a discussion about financial planning, which is very important for the county, particularly as we talked about the needs of the schools and some of our partner agencies, these large capital projects, and how we would manage them, how we can take on an elephant that large in small bites. And so I have Doug and Andrew Carter here. We've been working with them for about 2 years, I believe, but wanted to bring you up to speed on where we are, what our debt capacity looks like, and get them in front of us to ask some questions as we make some responsible decisions in spending moving forward. So Doug and Andrew, if I could invite you to join us up here. Thank you for being here. This is how you advance your slides. Hey, hey, great to see you.
Nice to see you. It's all right with the group. I'm going to flip this off and that way I don't have to talk so loud. This is the season of planning meetings. In fact, last week was Durham County, who's been our client for a long time. And it was an interesting meeting like this one. And so these are very valuable. I'm here with my business partner, Andrew Carter. As the manager said, we were engaged by the county a couple of years ago to look at long-term financial planning, primarily on the capital side, but because the capital and the operating side come together in so many places, there'll be some overlap there. And so we wanted today to just update you on 2 earlier discussions we've had with you. I'll just say this, our last meeting was February of last year. We were gung-ho, we had met with schools, we were ready to go, and then there was an event last year that has many names, and that had an impact on where we are today. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Andrew, who will do the first part of the slides, and then I'll wrap it up. And I'm just going to stand to the side if it's okay, because we'll probably intermix some. So thank you for letting us come back.
Again, I want to reiterate, thanks for having us here today. Like Doug said, this is our 3rd presentation for you all. We've been back almost every year in February, so this is number 3. And as he said, we were fully on our path, and other things happened. Okay, just towards that direction. Okay, gotcha. Will do. So here's just some of the topics we'll be talking about today. I won't read them all out, but some of this is going to be somewhat repetitive in what we've done before. I know we have some new commissioners since the last time we were here, so we're kind of reintroducing some of the concepts that we've talked about. All right. So financial planning, why is it important? And how does it undergird good decisions made by the board? So financial planning has been varied all across the state. Those with very large programs, the Charlottes, Greensboros, Durhams of the world, they've been doing financial planning for a very long time because they have much more needs than they could ever actually meet, and thus they have to prioritize and have been doing this for decades as they have many large school needs and some of the others. But of course, the size and location of the government makes a difference. The more needs you have, the more that you need for financial planning. Also, financial plans and the policies allow for some consistency through boards and other decisions that are made as new officials come online, as you then relook at prioritizing. It sets some sort of consistency in hitting certain financial goals. And then, of course, planning is not static. As we just had from last year, we were on a roll. We were here in February. Things shut down in March, and the plans had to come to a relative screeching halt and reevaluate where we are in our plans, the impact COVID's had to the county, and other instances that may have happened. And so that's why we're back here. Planning's not static. Plans might change on a turn of a dime, depending on world events and others. There we go. That's working great. So, what are the benefits of good planning? There's obviously a number of them. One of the biggest, I think, is it gives you a roadmap to you and your constituents on the priorities of the county and where you're going to be spending your capital dollars. So it gives them an opportunity to give feedback, but also to be able to tell the community where you're investing those dollars and when projects might be coming online that might benefit the community. It's also great for your financial standing in a certain point. Rating agencies, the local government commission, they're always constantly looking at your financials and seeing that you're looking ahead at your capital needs, how you might meet them in the community, and when they might be coming on board is very important for looking at the financial standing. And of course, that creates rating positives. When and if we might have to go to market to borrow for certain large projects, you better your credit rating, just like in your personal life, the better loan you're going to get. So it helps drive down cost when and if we do have to go out for any sort of debt. And of course, the local government commission, they view this as a very positive view in looking at the needs that are in front of you and how you're going to get through them. Very quickly, what rating agencies do, they really look at you in four main categories. The first being the economy, most of which you don't directly control. So 30% of your rating is due to factors that may be somewhat outside of your direct control. County finances are about 30% of that. Those are fund balance levels. Where's that fund balance been going over a 5-year period? Has it been ticking up? Has it been ticking down? Has there been large spikes or movements? General management, 20%. North Carolina scores pretty high in this because y'all have pretty good tools to be able to determine your financial ability. You can raise certain taxes and revenues and control certain things in your budget. As you just said, the sliver that you don't control in your budget is relatively small. And then, of course, debt and pensions you would think would be higher up on the list, but only 20% is debt and pensions. Of that, pensions is 10%, and so is debt. So in the grand scale of looking at your rating, the amount of debt isn't always the biggest driver of your rating, especially in growth areas and areas that have needs before them. So where were we? Decisions made in 2019. So we started coming in February 19. We were here again in February 20 to discuss. We've made a couple of those presentations, kind of who we are, the role of our advisor, and to start implementing what we call the Capital Investment Fund or Community Investment Fund, the CIF, as you might hear. And this is done to really help kick off the real planning, as it gives one area where you might separate your operations from capital. As you come here to talk about budget times, there will be two different sides of the coin, because the capital should have dedicated revenues that feed into the community or capital investment fund. And so what does planning do? Of course, it provides a roadmap. It allows you to say when certain needs are coming on board. It allows you a way to say that we have achieved certain objectives that we've laid out. The issuance of debt would only be needed when necessary as we look at your capital needs. And of course, it allows you to match the needs with the priorities as you all set the priorities and goals for the county and its capital. So, why do this? Why have a CIF? Why separate your operations from your capital inside your budget? Most of it has to do, is they're drivers of your capital assets. There's a good number of needs that the county have. And like you said, how can we take small bites out of the huge elephant that might be out there? And so you have growth and maintenance of your existing assets. You're aiding in economic development, attracting businesses to come here. And then it really sets the stage, this last point, for improving financial standing, possibly improving your rating with the rating agencies.
Can I make one point to that, Andrew? I think I talked loud enough without me needing this. I'm a big student of growth and change, and you all know what's happening in the triangle. And I think I said this the first meeting I was here. It's one of my favorite terms. There are a number of megalopolises that operate inside the United States. New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, there's Atlanta, you know them. Well, the megalopolis in North Carolina runs from Charlotte to Raleigh-Durham. And along that I-85 corridor, as we all know it, currently out of our population of just over 10 million in North Carolina, nearly 7 million people live in that megalopolis or in counties that touch counties that run along I-85, mainly metropolitan areas. The current estimate is that that megalopolis will have 12 million people by 2040 or 2050. It's fairly soon. And so you're going to have impacts from that growth of that I-85 corridor, which is why I think county management began to look at planning and brought this forward to the county commission in 2019. You are informed and moved by where you sit, and you sit in a place that has a lot of growth and change. And that's probably not going to stop if you believe we're going to go from 7 million to 12 million in that same area in 20 or so years.
Good point. So on top, as Doug put up here, who cares? Who cares about this financial planning? Who is the audience that we're getting at here? And ultimately, it's your constituents, so they can see how the county dollars are being spent and which of the assets or the dollars are being spent on. Obviously, the local government commission, we have to come to them for any sort of debt that the county might do. And so they need to see that the county has a plan and can afford any debt plans they might have. Of course, rating agencies, as I've said, very important there, but also the citizens and the holders of your debt who might be buying it on the open market when and if we have to go to the market. They're going to want to see that their investment in the county is going to be a sound one and be paid back. So how do we get here? We're talking about the CIF. If we're somewhat changing the thoughts on the budget and what we call budget reform to get to a CIF method, how do we get there? And so, as of normally in most places, capital and operating is somewhat mixed in the general fund. They're not segmented. As debt is paid off, that dollars that are freed up from debt often get shifted over into the operational side of the budget to cover raises or other positions and such. And so when it comes time to maybe, lease a building or buy some vehicles or this, that, and the other, those dollars that used to going to capital are now, basically tied up on the operational side. And so what this does is often creates a mismatch on what y'all were putting into capital as compared to what you are now, and then finding ways to kind of claw those dollars back over from the operational to the capital side. What the CIF, and by separating the revenues and dedicating them in, you have a certain number of dollars that go in every year, and then you can manage, here's what we put forth in our budget for capital, and then we can manage within that and not have spikes from year to year of giving more money or not. PAYGO tends to spike years from years, not always consistent. The model will help absorb those types of things. It will look at your PAYGO spending and your debt plans in one place so that capital is all in basically not really in a one fund necessarily on the general books, but there's one place you go and look for any capital dollars that you might need. And of course, once it's all there, this has been done in many places. You all would not be the first. In the places where it's been done, we have many of our clients who've been operating on this type of thing for a little over a decade now. And knock on wood, not one of them have kind of gone back to the old method after being on it for quite a while. So once it's implemented, I think it provides some transparency to your citizens and the LGC and rating agencies on where those are. And I think once it kind of gets started, you'll really see the power in saying, what can we do with the dollars that we dedicate to capital?
Right. Manager, we're going to try to go a little faster to catch y'all up on time.
Presentation that got us behind.
No problem. Our first client, our business was started 16 years ago, and our first client that did this, that did a community investment fund, capital investment fund, was the county of Chatham. Y'all all know Chatham County and Pittsburgh and all of those places. It's a wonderful place that's experienced tremendous growth because of it being next door to Cary and Raleigh and just below the I-85 corridor. At that time, to show you how things changed, they had all their resources inside the general fund. We separated them and created a community investment fund for them. Now, in that roughly 15 years, it was the first year we were in business, I want to tell you how things have changed and how this plan has really been important. They had enormous school needs, as everyone does. School facilities are aging. So while they may not be non-useful, because unfortunately, compared to our European friends, we tend to get rid of stuff more than they do, but they can be reprogrammed, but that reprogramming costs as well. So there's a cost to make it work in current circumstances. They had a high school. It was called Northern High School, and it was on the border of Orange County, the really fast growing part of the county, together with the side next to Cary, but it was really growing. And when we had the CIF the first time, that high school was slotted to cost $40 million. I saw that number and thought, this is a Mercedes high school. $40 million, a lot of money. They built the high school 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's about 3 years ago. So it was built in 2017. Don't quote me, it's 16, 17, or 18. I think 17. How much do you think it cost? $75 million. Durham County is building Northern High School. This was discussed in our planning meeting with them last week, near up to your border on the north. Guess how much that high school will cost all in? $110 million. So that is just how much a commissioner mentioned earlier, commercial properties and values, just the cost has just been outrageous. And so that's how these plans change and why they have to be revisited every year. And you have to look at resources and how you pay for them and timing. Andrew's going to go over that in a slide. In just a minute.
Because that's a perfect example of the school was needed, but there were other priorities that were more needed. And as the school populations weren't really coming out to justify building a 40 or 50. It was pushed off 10 years because they didn't need it. Now, over 10 years, the price doubled, but they were able to fit it in their model based on the planning that they had. So that's a great example of how something has sit in there for quite a while. So let's get to some of the nitty-gritty. I think my 2 slides. Yeah. So this is a graphical representation of just how does it work? So we have all the different sources of our funds. There's probably a portion coming from the general fund. We like to call this the freezing amount. And what we say is, if in your current budget, you're putting forth X amount of resources for debt service, we'll freeze that amount in the current budget and future budgets so that you have a place to start as far as what is a dedicated amount of revenue going into the CIF. So that's usually one of the first things we see is a general fund transfer of some cent of a static number we call the freezing number. Then we have things like school sales tax. Those are variable every year. The education lottery, have zero control of those dollars coming in and out. Other tax sources, there might be other funds and sources you might want to put into the CIF. Some of our, counties use occupancy tax that way because they want to take the funds they get from, the tourists coming in to then plug back into the capital needs. And then other miscellaneous revenues, one-time land sales, other types of revenues that might come in that you haven't programmed where they need to go, but there's a capital need, you can put those one-time sources in. So all that goes into the capital or community investment fund, and then it all pumps out. So the oranges are your expenses. First and foremost, to pay debt service. Not only the debt service you currently have, but any projected debt service that a model might have in there as well. Then we would pay general government maintenance and PAYGO and CIP type of PAYGO projects. We have schools and community college PAYGO projects and capital projects. There's other technology and capital and police cars and other types of stuff that might be in there. And then last, the model and the CIF would pump out, well, what else can we do with what we have? And when might we be able to do those things? And so that's just a graphical representation of revenues coming in, mingling in the CIF, and then going out to the various expense locations. So again, just to reiterate, we have within the CIF, we have a financial model that we put together that projects all the revenues and expenditures coming into the CIF. So we have projected revenues coming in, our projected expenses, including actual current expenses and those that we're layering on that are projected. And then what happens when we do projections is a lot of times projects move slower. We're not quite able to get the bids out as fast as we want to, or bids have come in higher and we got to push off the project. Actual debt cost is lower than we projected. We use conservative or prudent interest rates in the model to project so that we don't get caught and say, well, we can do a project in 2 years and now, oops, interest rates have gotten too high and we can't do so. Actual revenues higher than projections. Again, we are conservative in projection revenues. Any new revenues that come in will help. And then rapid debt reduction, some other fund balance issues. And that pumps out again, what new capacity do you have at your disposal at certain time periods in order to put forth to capital dollars, both PAYGO and debt. So that's a discussion of, we've been working on this model for quite a while. It's in pretty good shape, but due to the COVID and what's happened there, we will have to revisit where we are and if the revenues and projections that we currently have are going to be, so there's still some work to do on that.
Andrew, can I make one comment on that? And then it turns back over to me. Debt affordability is a term that's really in vogue now. And everybody has an affordability model, okay? Now you have one. You'll see it at budget time when we fully fleshed it out. But I cannot tell you how important I think a debt affordability model is, because it's kind of like in our own family when we decide that it's time to upsize or downsize our housing or buy a new car. Hopefully we have on our own family debt affordability models. What this debt affordability model does for you, and as we bring it to you and show it to you, one of our county clients we've had forever is Surry County. It's my home county. I was born in Elkin. For any of you who've never heard of Elkin, you've heard, it's a precious little town in the foothills. It's a beautiful place. I still love it.
Yeah, it's Aunt B and Mayberryville.
It's
And that's where the whole show came
but it's
from.
a beautiful place. But the long and the short of it is, one has to look at what people want compared to what you can afford. And the beauty of the debt affordability model and what we've come to do with Surry, we've had them for many years as our client. It's now gotten down to on March the 10th, we're back up for a meeting with them. And we sit there with the computer up on a screen and they say, let's move this one 3 years out and this one up 2 years. What does that do to the model? Well, we're able to do that because it's all interactive. What it also does, and I think is very important for you, is it demonstrates if your revenues are not sufficient currently. I don't know a single client we have that has all the money they really want for all the assets that are asked for. I'm not sure it's ever possible, but certainly not when you're in an area like this one that's going to grow so much over time. And so what the affordability model allows us to do for you is what-if analysis. Back to Chatham County, our first client to do this, how many models have we run for them?
Oh, we're in
Hundreds.
the 200 or 300 round with this. one.
Hundreds. We were perpetually getting a call from the county manager saying, what if I do this? What does it do? But that's the ultimate benefit. The model is meant to show what is affordable at your current revenues. And if you need more, how much more do you have to have? And if you move out your projects or move them down or move them over or substitute them, what does that do? So ultimately, the affordability model is meant to show you what if analysis in addition to what is analysis. Okay? I'll click for you. Okay, cool. All right. So progress is good on what we've done thus far. And Andrew said this earlier, our two major charges were to prepare the first debt affordability model. Here's where your revenues are. Here's what this will give you inside your current revenues. And then based upon what we're shown by other people who need our capital capability, primarily the public schools, here's what happens if these things happen. Here are the what-if analysis. Additionally, we are looking at your financial policies. Remember, we said that county management is 20% and financial management is 30%. Amy, us financial folks like our number being bigger than the manager folks, don't we? But my background is I was in government for many years. I was deputy secretary of the local government commission for many years, and then I was finance director of Charlotte. So Amy and I are buds on this. The money is important stuff. But my point is 50% of your rating or your perception is based upon the things internal to the operations of the county. And so when we look at debt affordability, we also have to look at policies. What are the policies that undergird that? Like, what are acceptable levels of equity inside your general fund? What are acceptable levels of fund balance? I said equity, fund balance / equity. Fund balance inside the affordability fund, because we don't want it to go sub-zero, right? We want it to control itself, so it can't go to zero. We have to have some margin of protection. And so we currently have, and we're going to present them last budget year, financial policies. We'll be updating them again with the county manager and the county finance director. So those are ready for you to review when budget time comes. Assuming we get in from school folks and from other county departments, we'll be able to bring to you, hopefully at budget time, what is the impact of additional capital needs over time. So we made good progress on those things, both on the policy side as well as the debt affordability model side. We do have in North Carolina, and it's one footnote here, and I'm trying to skip the points that don't have to be stated again. The local government commission controls everything we do. I presume the new commissioners have heard that. We have a unique entity in this state called the North Carolina Local Government Commission. It was put into place after the mayor of Asheville jumped out of the 10-story building of the mayor's office, and that's a true story, when Asheville was the first city in North Carolina to declare bankruptcy during the Great Depression. The city of Asheville is our client and has been our client forever. And about 3 years ago, they got a AAA credit rating. And we stood in front of the city council and said, it only took 100 years to get your AAA credit rating after the Great Depression.
It may be the first, actual evidence of going to
An entity that declared bankruptcy to become the highest credit you can be. It is possible. And so bottom line is, I think we're a long way towards what we can hopefully bring back at budget time. In addition to that, and we've discussed this with the manager and the finance director, we can often look with you at how is the affordability model impacted by increased operating cost of capital facilities. Now, not all capital facilities bring on additional operating costs, right? You build a new school and give up an old school. Well, you've got the give up cost of the old school and you compare that to, so not all capital improvements necessarily increase cost, but many do. And so ultimately, that will also have to be looked at, because remember, we said we want to separate operations from capital. But if we do a capital item that's going to have a big impact on operations, we've got to at least think about that. And so that's why we think it's very important for operating managers inside the county, and certainly those folks in the school side, to say, okay, what is this going to cost us in addition to the capital facility? What are you going to need to make it work? And so we can look with you over time at those things as well. Okay, Andrew. What we can say to you now is we have increased. I don't know how to make Andrew's screen go forward. I prefer still printed. He prefers the computer. Oh, there it is. Okay. Amy, we all love computers to a certain degree, don't we? But they are not infallible, are they? They can mess up sometimes by third-party sources. So anyway, I'm going to just talk to you a little bit about policies, but I really want to wait till budget time, and I want to catch us up a little bit. We're going to look at, as I said earlier, the general fund and the CIF primarily, and where we should be in those fund balances as a means to retain some pretty high credit quality and make sure the program works. We've already done a goodly amount of that. I would presume that we would revisit the policies again. I don't think they've changed that much, but we'll look at them, and then we can provide them early on for y'all to look at and think about when time comes. Okay. So timing, and then we're here for questions as long as you want them, and I hope we haven't gone too fast for you. I don't know the progress as yet, Manager, with the schools and others on bringing forward their capital project needs. I know that COVID had a big impact on the school system. It has every single one of them in terms of the state and their needs that they were requiring and blah, blah, blah. So once we get those, if indeed the time is there and we can look at those facilities and program them into the affordability model, we could be back with you at budget time to say, here's what you can afford with your current revenues, and here's how much extra there is, and here's how it would be impacted by timing and other things. Let me say one other thing to you about timing and interest rates and other things so you'll know. As you look at your affordability model over time, you will learn this more and more. And I guess I never, as a lifetime financial person, ever thought I would say this. But when you look at debt affordability and paying for it, the only thing more important than the interest rate is how much you're borrowing and how quick you pay it back. Because if you make a mortgage payment, the principal portion is bigger than the interest portion. And so that's why timing is so important as we look at these debt affordability models. When you start it is important. I mentioned the Local Government Commission earlier, and I was going to get to this point. Because of Asheville and the legislature created the North Carolina Local Government Commission, it is the most powerful entity of all the 50 states and how they control what they do. They approve all of your debt issuances. There's only one they don't, but I won't go. It's equipment purchases. But the long and the short of it is they generally require what I would call prudent. Some would call it too prudent, but I understand where they are. And so they basically require us, if we build a school, we got to pay it off in 20 years, notwithstanding the fact that its useful life is 40 or 50 years. Even the auditors will let us depreciate it probably over 40. But we got to pay for it in 20, and we can't pay for it like a mortgage amortization, the same amount every year. We pay for it with level principal. So that means the highest payments are up front and they reduce down over time. And so what we will have to do, and part of what we do in looking at affordability and why timing becomes ever more important in North Carolina, is because how we have to amortize the debt. So assuming we get sendbacks from the schools and other county needs, I know the county needs are assembled now or in the middle of that, then we'll be able to bring you back the full debt affordability model and the financial policies for your review at budget time. I presume that would be May-ish.
The budget is presented in May. We may be able to get you in a little sooner
Okay.
in terms of financial policies and the model.
Okay, perfect. We're fine.
School board.
The joint meeting would be a budget work session
Yeah.
where, most of your budget work sessions are after the budget is presented. And it would be, possibly June when you're sitting down with them before you adopt your budget at the end of June. I look at his number 5, we have talked about changing the schedule for capital projects because it's really too late in June to make any sort of big
Exactly.
decisions about capital funding. So I
Exactly.
think our ideal vision is that we start making those decisions in the fall, which has never happened here or anywhere I've ever worked. But trying to have a conversation about big capital items in the fall so that by the time you come to budget, you've already got a plan. You already know what you can afford. You already have a schedule. You're doing a lot of that work in the fall versus during the budget season. So I think that's another goal that we have for trying to make this model the most effective for us and giving us, a real plan where there aren't a lot of surprises. There are flexibility built into the model where you can make some adjustments, but once you have the model in place, it's really just a matter of plugging in those projects.
I assume too, not having to have all this at one time. You kind of, you're leading up to the budget process with the planning, which kind of makes some sense.
Yeah. For staff and for elected
Right.
officials. I
Right.
mean, for all of us.
Right. Folks, when we get the system really percolating or operating, my grandfather used to say the term percolating a lot, so I've kept that in my brain for a lot of time. As we get it percolating in future years and it works best, what will likely happen is a lot of the capital stuff will back up to January so that you really do for 3 months a lot of this work so that you can make the decisions in June. It takes time, but basically where we are, we may have to start with the fall method and develop a system.
Sure.
We've been working with Durham for 16 years, Durham County. Their process is very refined. They have tons of financial needs, hundreds of millions. And so, but they kick their process very early. And we're typically with them in April-ish, late March, early April-ish to make decisions after the priority process has already sort of taken place.
Improvements, then unassigned balances over the, say, 18 to 25% range, anything over 25% in the general fund would go into capital improvements kind of automatically? Is that how it's initially funded?
That's one of the policies that we would like to bring before the board. So in that unassigned fund balance that we talked about in Amy's presentation, where we're somewhere around 30-something%, anything over a certain threshold would then go to seed this capital investment fund. That's exactly right. You'd use that to start building a place where you could fund some of those big school needs.
Okay.
The majority of our clients that do this in the operating fund, once they've met a threshold, which is oftentimes a range rather than a set number,
Sure.
once they've reached the outer number or the higher number on the range, they say, rather than have it accumulate here and have to describe it and explain it, we're going to say it's going to go to capital because capital is a need we have and we recognize that, and so it's going to go into that fund.
And it's really looked at that general fund unassigned is really your operational, it's not the place you go to much anymore for
New for the
one-time
county.
capital needs and
Yes.
such.
This is very new for the county. I think this
Brand
is-
new to us. We have not even adopted the policies, but we've been talking about it for a couple of years, feeling like this would be a best practice to put in place. I've had a goal for the county to improve the bond rating, over time. And I think getting some of these steps in place would allow us down the road to make that kind of progress.
So gives us data. I mean, even though it's starting, it's going to give us data to say, well, here's what's in the fund and this is what's possible and here's what we can, so that kind of when different departments, and I'm not trying to nix anybody, but when they come with different requests, they can clearly see what's in the fund as well, because that's just public information, correct? Yeah.
Exactly. Very public.
It's a great no document, I guess we've said, it's kind of like, here's what we have programmed, and if you want something new, we either have.
Part of the
You have to
budget. I
move
mean, it's like,
something.
yeah, we've saved for this, you can buy this car, but not that car. So my question is, have you looked at the acronym for this debt affordability model?
Yeah, lacks a letter, doesn't
Not
it?
really. I think it's really good.
We didn't create that term, but I did
I
look
know,
at
but
it,
it's,
yes.
wow.
One of the things I'll mention too about the policy is, as you recall, one of the things you told me was, that's something else the credit agencies look at.
Oh,
They want to see that you have a policy and a plan in place for how you manage that capital, and that was also one of the deciding factors of
Exactly.
granting a higher
Exactly.
rating.
Exactly. We have one large issuer, I won't call their name, that does a lot of, that does combine funding. They use GO bonds, they use limited obligation bonds, they use a diverse way that you do bonds. And not that many years ago, there really hadn't been a big capital fund for a couple of 3 years. It was, there had just been some issues. And so they came out with that, and there was a large GO bond issue that was done to help put that into place. And so at that time, the governing board said, we can't afford this within our current resources, and here's how much it's going to cost if you pass this. And so one other advantage to you as the governing body, as the policy makers of the county, is as you look at various investments, if it costs more money than your model currently has, you may say to your citizens, if we really need these capital items, whether you use a GO or a LOB or any other form, here's what it costs to get that done. And here it is on paper. It's all separated and easy to read. This is what we put in here. It's a fair representation of our total resources, both operating and capital. And here's what we can afford. To get this, if you want and need this at this pace, here's what it's going to cost.
A lot of times people pass GO bonds and they don't really know how much it's going to cost them in their budget when you actually issue the bonds. So you vote for 20 million in school bonds, and then you just try to go out for the debt and realize, oh gosh, we're going to have to wait a few years because we can actually afford to issue.
We live in Mecklenburg County. They use that method for years. They would vote 250 or 300 million in bonds every other year. And they would say, we think we're going to be able to pay for it. Now they have a debt affordability process. And every time they vote 250 million every other year for school bonds, they let you know whether it's going to require a tax increase or not.
Yeah.
And you know that when you're voting, presumably.
It is, Andy.
Handy.
And in this
And you're
case, you
saying
will
that there's-
know as you're going to make investments, because you can say to people, to make this investment, here's what's going to
Here's
cost.
what it's going to cost. So we're going to dedicate that to this.
So if we don't want to do it, we'll move
It's
it
not
out.
it's not a tax increase or whatever that kind of folds into the operation.
And we're not advocating a tax increase. We would
No.
never do that.
No.
But I will say to you, the needs are going to probably be bigger than the current resources they are for everybody else.
So the model, you can show this model, like put it up on a screen, so we can
Yes.
also say, worst case scenario, what if we lose 20% of our taxes? Boom, what happens?
We can tell you all of that.
You can paint us a picture very vividly.
Sure, absolutely.
And
Here's
that's
where
what,
projects we have to move.
I don't want to see that one, but I don't, but you can do it, right, yeah.
yeah, that would be very helpful. So we have schools who have some deferred needs of about 40 million.
Mhm.
And they are, wanting to know, well, how is the county going to help fund that? Are we going to do $1 million a year? Are we going to do a bond? Are we going to do a bank financing in a smaller increment? And so we've been telling them for the last couple of years, as you know, we need this debt affordability model so that we can come up with a plan to tackle that number.
Right. And to be fair to them, I'm just going to say this, to be fair to them, they need to know what it's going to cost. Because when they come in front of you and say, this is what our need is in this cycle, this how quickly we want it cycle, they should know that. because they're coming to ask you for something, and they shouldn't be in a position to say, we don't know. I think knowledge is power to everybody. Well, when we go over it, they're going to know what the debt affordability model looks like, I presume.
Well, I think we talked about wanting to be able to plug in these projects just very transparently, for everybody to see. And then we can make some priorities and some timing decisions
Exactly.
about how we tackle that.
Exactly. 40 million, 20-year bond, level P, first year, $2 million.
Right.
Okay?
And
If
what
the
is it?
interest rate is 2%, the first year on 40 million, 2%, 800,000. So the first year, you need 2,800,000 at 2%. If it's 3%, you need 3,120,000. Remember the days when we got this without a computer, child?
That's pretty good, like the human calculator. Okay, I like that. What's 340?
So, yeah, it will all be there, all individual. Here are the bond issue sizes. Here's when they're done, and here's what the debt service is. So it becomes pretty transparent.
And you can apply that to your tax rate too. You can answer the question of,
That's right. Here's what the value of a penny is. It takes this many pennies to do that.
so that's where we are. Good things to come. I think this will be a very helpful tool when we have it in place. Our next step will be to get these financial policies adopted so that we can make the model.
Yep.
And I think we're pretty close to being ready.
Oh, yeah.
The next
Yeah.
meeting or two, probably in April, we'll get those.
Perfect. Well, once we made this presentation, y'all haven't voted to keep us or not, but assuming you don't throw us out the side door, then we'll work with the manager and the finance director and others, go back over them, get them prepared. Probably make that process separate to the affordability side.
Okay. Questions for Doug and Andrew?
Thank you both.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. It's great being here. And it stopped raining.
Yeah.
Thank you. We cannot
We can
see
drive
outside,
back in the
so
dry weather.
thank you for
And
letting
we're-
us know.
We made up a little time for you.
Thank you.
I hope it wasn't too condensed. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Y'all have got more on the agenda, right? So
We
we'll
do.
get out of your hair.
And so I'm up next with goal setting, and it's not really a presentation, it's a discussion. So I'm just going to try to help facilitate the discussion. And the first thing coming around is the strategic plan that we have in place. The Board of Commissioners adopted at our previous board retreat. And this takes us from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 24.
Thank you.
Always good to pull out and ask, is this still relevant as our board changes? That's sort of our starting place. And I'll give you a minute to take a look at that. I forgot I have one other handout I'm going to come around with. And this handout is just trying to get a consistent language so that we understand what a goal or result is. We understand how we measure progress on that, whether that's an indicator or a strategy. Just trying to lend some clarification to the language. I'll let y'all look over that and I'll transition up here. I don't think I can do it. So I'm going to attempt to shift our direction here from heavy into the finance to setting some goals that can be budget goals or can be sort of strategic community-wide goals that are ever so popular with our community right now. We're hearing a lot about holding people accountable, having goals, measuring our progress and our results. So I wanted to spend a little time today thinking about how we have those conversations in a meaningful way. So there is a crucial distinction between results for whole populations, which might be something like, these are sort of the motherhood and apple pie, things that everybody can agree. A prosperous economy, for example, a healthy community, or a safe community. Those are community-wide goals that we could all hang our hat on and say, yes, those are important. But there's a real distinction between those and goals for programs and services. And the real most important piece of that distinction is who is accountable, right? Who is accountable for achieving progress in those goals? So a population accountability cannot be assigned to one individual, one department, one organization, one level of government. If you want a prosperous economy, which is a very large community-wide goal, that's about partnerships, creating effective partnerships where everybody has a piece to play in creating a prosperous economy. It's not about a responsibility of economic development, or if you want a healthy community, that's not about an efficient health department, right? Those are sort of those bigger, broader goals. So we need to figure out if we want to set some big community-wide goals, which is typically what you do in a strategic plan, or if we are just setting some smaller program organizational goals or budget goals. They're really two different distinctions because we cannot control the economy on a big community-wide scale, but we can control the programs and the services that we're providing as a government. So two very different ways of holding folks accountable. And I think there's some confusion right now in the world, not just in Person County, but how you hold people accountable for those things. So I wanted to make sure that we took some time to think about the kind of goals that we want to set for ourselves and for our community. There's performance accountability, which is where you're talking about performance measures, right? You're talking about customer or clients who are accessing our programs and services, and you're trying to figure out whether or not those programs and services are working. And I can tell you that for all of our department heads, those that have work plans, which is any that report to me or Catherine, so the only ones that wouldn't apply to are the elected ones, they all have performance measures in their work plan where we are looking at year over year, how well are they administering their programs, right? That's something that you task me to do. Those are goals that I set with the finance department so that we can measure year to year how well it's being managed. That is happening in the organization. And I feel like I'm happy to share some of those with you, but that is one way that we answer the question of, how are we doing? But as elected officials, you want to answer the same question about how are we doing, but on a larger community-wide sense. If we want to look at how is our community performing in terms of economic development, then we need to figure out what we want to measure as a community. But holding one person accountable for the economy of a community is just not going to get us anywhere, right? Having one person working their tail off is not going to improve the economy on a larger sense. So really trying to have some big community goals and understanding that that takes a lot of partnerships. There is a role to play for county government in creating those partnerships and getting some good working relationships across the community so that we can begin measuring progress in those areas. So the second handout that I have, the first one is the strategic plan, which is supposed to be about those larger community goals for the community, what's important to you all as a board. And so I think it's a question that we need to ask, is that still relevant? Is that strategic plan still relevant? Are we committed to it being relevant through 2024, which is what we've said? And under each of those, there are some strategies and some indicators, and we'll talk about what that means. Then the second handout that I have, which I said was about making sure that we're speaking from the same language, understanding what a goal is seems so very simple, but I think that there's a good distinction that we need to make. So the goals and results that we want to set for the community are not going to be about these programs necessarily or government departments. These are conditions of well-being that voters and taxpayers can understand. Then we have indicators. Those are ways of measuring, are we achieving results? Are we having a healthy community, a safe community, a prosperous economy? So how would we recognize those results in terms of measurable terms if we fell over them, like right in front of us? How do we know that we're doing better? And then strategies is really where we're concentrating a lot of time on. Those are the actions that you take as a local government board with the budget, for example, actions that will improve your goals, right? Those are sort of, where the rubber meets the road, and we try to figure out what are the contributions of all these partners, knowing that no single action by any one department can achieve a goal. The goals are just so big on a community-wide goal that you just can't fix it with one thing. It takes lots of actions, lots of strategies over years to make some improvements. And then finally, performance measures are measuring how well our programs are working. I mentioned your customers and your clients are benefiting from those programs. And that's where staff is involved. We are measuring how we're delivering services on a much smaller scale than these larger community-wide goals. So the goals and indicators are the end results that we want to get. The strategies and the performance measures are really the means that we put in place to get there. That could be budgets, that could be committees, those sort of things are your strategies and your performance measures to get there. So again, the indicators are about those whole populations. The performance measurements are about the client populations, the nitty-gritty of kind of what I do as a manager with my staff. Indicators are about people's lives. Performance measures are about our programs and services. And you know that we have a long history across not just Person County, but all across the United States of trying to hold these individual agencies responsible for population well-being, right? These things take a team. So I really want to be sure that we are reframing our accountability for whole populations on these partnerships and creating those. So we hear infant mortality rate, and we have to acknowledge that that is not the responsibility of DSS alone, although they're the ones who are being audited by the state when a tragedy like that happens. It's not just them, it's a partnership. Same for the health department and having a healthy population for the county. It's not just about them. And I think that's also what's happening with economic development, right? One department is being blamed when jobs aren't growing. And that really is a much bigger issue than just one person trying to bring jobs. So it has to be a partnership and a much bigger goal that has commitment from across sectors in the community to make some real progress in those areas. So the goal setting for our community is something that I think is a good idea for the county commissioners to think about. And you have a leadership role in what that looks like. But you're also just setting goals that are important to county government because that is what you're over, right? You're not over the whole community. You can't necessarily control the unemployment rate of the entire county because that's much bigger and broader. So I want to think about goal setting for you all in terms of what you can control as a county commissioner, not necessarily a community-wide if we're going to try to measure. There's a place for goals of both kinds, but we need to figure out who's accountable for those goals and what role we can play in those goals. So sometimes it's easier to start with the ends and work backwards and just ask, what do we want? How will we recognize it? And what will it take to get there? And so we have these 5 priorities that you articulated early on at the start of this process. Some of these are goals, some of these are not, right? So streamlining economic development process. Is that a community-wide goal that we think most people feel like is a priority? Or is that more of an indicator that would tell us how well we're doing in terms of economic development? So we need to think about, which way we want to go. And do we want to set these sort of broad community goals? Or do we want to articulate our indicators or our strategies? So the next one we had, I think, was keep the tax rate flat. Is that a goal, a condition of well-being for the community? Or is that a strategy that is an actionable thing that this board could take to achieve a goal, right? There's a difference there. And so some of the things that we throw out as priorities are action steps. And when I look at our strategic plan, some of those are actionable things that, well, let's do a study about whether or not we should have a YMCA facility. Check, we did that. Did we really achieve a community-wide goal? Or was that a strategy that we can check off our list that we've done, right? So there is a difference between goal setting and setting some strategies, some action steps that we can fund in the budget. So where does that leave us? I think that these are a great place to start in terms of goal setting. And then it's a question of, do we want to set some community-wide goals, those larger visionary goals that we've had community engagement in with our strategic plan, or do we want to set some goals, short-term, measurable goals that we can look back on next year at the retreat and say, we reached that goal by doing these strategies? Two different ways of thinking at it, but I think it would be helpful if you want to have something that you can look back on and say whether or not progress has been made, then we need to think about the kind of goal that we might want to set for that. So what do we want? That's sort of a first place to start. What kind of goal do we want? Do we want a broad community goal that says, you know, the goal of Person County is to create a prosperous economy? And when we set goals that large, then we have to realize that we're only in control of the strategies and actions that we as a county government can put in place. Or do we want to launch this big community visioning, which is what we tried to do initially with the Person's Futures Plan, where we tried to bite off these 5, huge community-wide goals that take a commitment over many years of multiple partners and recognizing that you only have a role to play in that process. It's not all on your shoulders. So there's 2 different ways to set some goals, and I think it'd be helpful for us to decide, do we want to bite off the big motherhood and apple pie ones that we can commit to year after year? Has that already been done with the strategic plan, and is that still relevant? Or do we want to set some short-term goals that provide, some direction for your upcoming budget? It's a lot to think about, but I think we have been struggling with wanting these bigger community goals, but yet wanting one person to say, well, you didn't make that work. It's very hard to have both. Would you like to start with these that you articulated are priorities? That's another place that we could start and say, is that a goal? Is that a strategy? Or is that, an indicator? But I would say that given the framework of goal setting, some of these may not be goals. Some of these are strategies that we can check off the list. I can give you a proposed budget with a flat tax rate, and it's done, right? That's not necessarily a community-wide goal. That is a actionable budget goal, easily obtainable. So it's really a question again of, do you want to do some visioning goals, some big community goals, or do you want to give some action steps that we can check off our list and show progress on a very measurable, obtainable way?
You first.
When I look at this, I see, as we look at our blocks, and I look at this from the previous strategy or objectives, improve school facilities,
Yeah.
support economic development. What I didn't see back then was broadband, which I think is important as well.
Yep.
And then the airport. Of course, that wasn't part of wasn't brought up in this study, but it was brought up, I think, in the economic development
Strategic
analysis,
plan.
the
That's
project they did where putting together analysis. So when you look, I look at this and I'm trying to break it down to what you're saying. It's because the things are important. I mean, we all put that up there, so it's important to us. I mean, I could easily said economic development, but that was already taken. So
Well, I
but
didn't say economic development. I said the process.
Right,
Streamlining the
process, what economic-
Streamlining the process of how we work with it.
Right.
Here, okay. Strategic plans are great, but they are set for 5-10 years, and we don't live in a 5-10 year world anymore. I think our plans have to be more precise, and we have to be more flexible in how we're operating in them. I'm not saying don't have a plan, but I think we have to have a plan. Is it Dr. Peterson, the school superintendent? Have you looked at his strategic plan for 5 years? It's one of the best laid out strategic plans I have seen in county government. And I've only been here a couple months, but it's like, oh my gosh, he says, here's the problem, here's steps we can do, and this is how we know we've made those steps. It's fantastic. And it's very simple, very concise, and it's amendable. Nothing in a strategic plan has to be set in stone, in my opinion, especially today. The world's moving too fast. Finances move too fast. COVID hits, this hits. We got to be nimble. We can't just go, oh, well, we want to have a nice place to live. Well, what is a nice place to live? You know, what does prosperity look like? It's different for different people. So I think it's like, what can we do? What steps can we take to make this process smoother, this process smoother? Is it working? Is it not working? Do we need to nix it or keep going? And that's my idea of a strategic plan and a goal are pretty much the same thing anymore. You want to see this. Okay, that's a goal. I want to make $100,000 next year. Well, what steps do I have to take to get there? I got to work so many hours. I got to see so many clients. Huh?
That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Working on it. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, so, and then at the end of the year, you get your W-2 or your whatever, and you go, did I make it? What did I do? Did I not make enough phone calls? Do I need to make more phone calls? Was my goal out of reach? And I reassess. But I think, you know, plugging into a 5-year plan is really tough. I mean, you can have an overall, yeah, we'd like to see this, but with economic development, okay, we want to attract business. We want to get jobs. Okay, what kind of business? What kind of jobs? What kind of growth? What does it look like? What do we want? I mean, specifically, do we want to see this kind of job? We're paying this kind of money. Do we want to see this kind of industry? What kind of industry is going to look at our place and it's going to be reasonable for them based on our location and what we have to offer? We're not just a manufacturing community. We're kind of a remote bedroom community. So we've got more than one asset than just an industrial work site. We've got other things that we can promote. Do we want to do that in conjunction with this? So I agree, Heidi. It's not just one thing. So what do we do? Do we take just these bricks and say, okay, do we make specific steps like we need to do this, and this within 12 months or 24 months? And if we don't, if it's not working, we need to shift and change. And if I'm not making any sense, just tell me I'm not making any sense and I'll try to stop talking.
It makes sense to me. That is exactly what we're trying to do as a government, is to say, you know, as a local government organization, if airport is your priority, if that's a goal, right? The goal is a robust airport. Or is the goal a prosperous economy with a robust airport? Either way, then we can figure out, okay, if this is our goal, then I hope that's airport. Yeah. If this is our goal, here are some ways in which we're going to show you that we're supporting the airport to make that a priority, right? We're going to put more funding behind it. We're going to go out for bid and, you know, whatever. I think that's you, Amy. But maybe, you know, getting a commitment to the priorities sends a message to our community about how, you know, what's important to you as an elected board, what's important to us as a community, and then we can make some budget choices that reflect those goals, right? This budget document is a tool that sets up, you know, puts our money where our priorities are. And so I think having, you know, some priorities that we can commit to making progress on is helpful to us. But the leadership of the county needs to help us articulate what those priorities are. Because my priorities as a county manager has a very different focus than the priorities that you might have as an elected leader serving this entire community and hearing from your constituents about what they need.
And I think each one of those, I mean, I look back at performance measures. You know, PJ, I know what you were talking about with economic development process and the what we want to look at, but all of it. So when we do whatever we do, we need to sit there and say, okay, what is our performance measure? How are we going to measure that we were either successful or did we, you know,
That's right.
we reach our goal? Same thing with the airport. Any of these, we need to set up what is our performance? What's going to tell us
Yep.
whether we did good or we didn't?
Yes.
Whatever, you know, whenever we pick these, you know, look at it and say where we're at now. What do we want to do this coming year, 21, 22? What do we want to do? Did we get there? And that's the thing that because that's what people want to see.
Yep.
Or they're going to ask us is, okay, you know, how is this particular program that you're doing? You know, how did you meet your goals, or did you,
Right.
what performance did we set up? What measures did we give ourselves?
Right.
And that's something you have to establish so that you can show you're either successful or we don't do it anymore.
Right.
You know, that sort of thing. And I mean, and I think that takes some time, and it takes some time to decide what all your performance measures going to be.
Right.
You know, we know what our strategies are, but then again, what's our goal? What was
Right.
I know I got a check off. I did,
Right.
we did it, or we got 50% of it done,
Right.
or what have you.
Right.
How do we set a GPS to know that we got there?
Right.
Yeah.
Or,
But when you start the journey and you plug this in and you go, okay, we're going to take this
Right.
path. Are we actually going to get there? And if we don't, I mean, it's not the end of the world if we don't make every goal, but if we're set going forward towards it, I mean, it's, if you have at least 75% of the information, you stand a good chance of success, I think.
Yep.
So with the goal setting, which ones are you saying are goals or just actionable steps of these?
And we can
works?
do this together. I'm not the
No, I'm
guru
just-
of
Okay,
this,
so I'm
but
saying, okay, so you can say, boom, here's
Yep.
where we are with it. So do we take that off the table as a goal, or that's done? We know that. The flat, I mean, that's something.
That's a parameter as to one of the end results of the county budget. That's a parameter. That's what was one of the main takeaways that I wanted to input into this budget session was that maintain that property. Now that's actionable. That's just you.
that's
can
a strategy. Yeah.
You accomplish other goals, but still maintain that set of priority by not raising the property tax on that.
Raising taxes.
Okay, all right,
But
so.
I'm
all right.
not saying.
So,
That's not it.
we can say, all right, so if everyone is in agreement, because we don't know the final figures yet.
That's right.
We don't know the final figures, but if we can say here today, all right, unless there's something out of our whim control that we cannot control it, keeping the property tax rate, all five of us agree, keeping that rate same. Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Okay, so I think you can take that brick away. Okay, move it off. All right, so that's something we've all agreed on.
And
Okay.
didn't we, when we did the reval, did we also keep it there?
Now, we ain't done the revow yet. We haven't done the revow.
So the reval is in process.
It's in process.
but-
It's in process,
Right,
but it's
okay,
that's not
okay.
completed. That whole thing, revenue neutral, that's next year's conversation.
Right.
Okay, so we took off one that we all attained. All right, so we have, all right, economic development, broadband, improve school facilities
And
and
airport.
airports. So I'm 40 miles, are getting kind of bad nowadays.
What?
I'm 40, my eyes are getting kind of bad nowadays.
Poor 40-year-old.
I don't want to hear it.
All right,
Do you
so let's talk about something that we've already spoke about, broadband, all right? We just
Yep.
had a discussion with Chris going back and forth about the possibilities. They're coming back to us March 15th with a study, to talk about the parameters of
Next
study,
steps,
to
yep.
see our next steps with that. And I think whether that's going to be a very key discussion on the broadband perspective. Now, I added something to this agenda later on to continue that conversation. But that part that I'm adding is not within our control. This isn't within our control. So do we look at, so at our next meeting, I mean, how long would that study normally take, the broadband?
2 to 3 months, probably.
All right, 2 to 3 months. We talk about what is our goal to get out of broadband. Well, I think having every county resident with the capability of having high-speed internet, that's
That's a
all right,
great goal.
That's your goal.
That's a great
100%,
goal.
Okay, I mean, that, and so we're not.
Within a timeframe.
Within a timeframe, yes. I mean, it took us 3, 4 years to do the, I mean, we want to know, you had brought up, there may be new technology that can help us get there, all right? So we need to use every aspect, whether it's trying to push existing infrastructure companies that have internet services to expand theirs.
That's a strategy, yes.
Okay, we're talking strategy now. And then we get into the plan of what Person County can do
Yes.
to assist, whether it's maybe building some more towers
Yes.
or what we have to do to make it attainable to get to that 100%. Now, that's a strategy that can take, it morphs.
That's right.
Because
But we
you
can
gotta,
show progress
well,
year to year
you
on
gotta
what we've
figure out,
done.
All right, so you get costs with the fiber. The fiber's gonna have to connect to these
Right.
towers as well. All right, and then you gotta find site selection, land, do we own the land or
Yep, done all
what?
that.
So there's a lot that goes into it. So I think the biggest takeaway from that is to what is the next step to get closer? We may not get to 100%. We may not.
Right.
But we can get as close as we possibly can, either doing what we can on our end or kind of creating waves for, with other companies and partnerships with other companies to try to get them to improve their infrastructure on it. So I think from the broadband, I think we're all on board. Are we all on board?
And I think, listening to you in this discussion, the broadband has gone up even higher on my radar, because I'm thinking, how does this affect overall economic development?
Well, I think it does. And that was one of mine. I had a question there, sort of goal setting. Set a percentage in 21, 22. We want to get up to 75% connectivity. We're at about 50 now, pretty much. So then go 22, 23 and get to this 100. That was on one of my notes here. It's not
love
going
it.
to happen in one budget year.
No, but within a couple of years, we
Yeah.
could push, here again, this is where if we don't sprinkle money and we just go ahead and fund the darn thing and make it happen.
I agree with that, but we got to know what it's going to take
Sure.
first. to-
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but I just get really excited with the fact that this is something I can see being accomplished in 24 months or 36 months.
I would say 3 years or less, I would certainly want it.
That's exciting because
That is.
that alone makes us as a county look very valuable to people, to business, to education. It puts us ahead of rural hacks, especially when we're so, we don't have the luxury of just jumping on 85. We've got 501, great, but we've got some limitations. So this just gives us a leg up on some limitations, makes us look a little bit better. And I think businesses, whatever size they might be, I don't think remote work is going to change. I think companies will be designed around it. I think people will look at lifestyle around their work style. And we could be sitting here going, we are looking really, really like a great place that people want to be. We need to be welcoming and ready. I like the idea.
Well, I think that's large. That was on my note. I jot stuff down occasionally and then refer back to it if I can think about it. We got to consider too that in 2020, 16.5% of the economy was online. So,
In 2005, 25% of the workforce was working remote already.
Right. So,
Chris, did you have something about broadband connectivity?
So I have one thing I would like, if at all possible, you all to set as part of this broadband piece, and that is to define what you're calling high speed. Because what we call high speed, what we know students need to use for Zoom connectivity, things like that, and what certain providers deem as high speed is not the same. So I would like to see as part of this goal, a minimum speed requirement that we're saying we want folks to have access to. That's the bare minimum of what high-speed connectivity means to Mercer County. For us to get you that 7,500%, whatever connectivity rate, what is their speed that we're trying to get to those folks? Because if it's 10 megs by half a meg, that's not going to suffice for a kid trying to get on Zoom and other
10
things.
megs not going to suffice? 10 megs. Not going to suffice?
10 megs will connect them to Zoom, and if I've got 2 kids in the house at the same time.
It's going to slow it down.
That's
Okay.
what happens at my house. Catherine, did you want to add something?
Well, and the other aspect to think about is affordability. And maybe you connect all of these households or businesses, but is the service affordable? Can they afford to pay that monthly bill? So that's another aspect to keep in mind as we look at these providers and the level of service.
I know there's federal legislation been floating around with the affordability for rural areas and money's coming. I don't know exactly where it is, but I remember reading something about it pretty recently. And I think TILIS introduced legislation for some kind of rural broadband, relief monies for that kind of thing. Where it is, I don't know. I'll let you find out.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that. Okay, so it sounds like committed to these two as
So we have school,
improved school
facilities.
infrastructure? Yeah.
So that's a bigger portion of the pie here. I mean, we're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars, long-term scope, because you're committing the county to,
So some debt potential.
I mean, a debt which will probably take 15 years to pay off. Okay. Just like we just how long did it take us to pay off Stories Creek?
15?
15 years. So you're committing the county for future boards, 15 years committed to that. I think it's essential that they need to know the numbers of what it's going to cost. I think that's in flux. That was a great presentation that we just heard about plugging in the numbers of what we can afford in that. I personally think a bond referendum would be the best way to go in putting all that together. Now you're at the mercy of the voters. And if you look at the historical trends of voters voting for any type, we haven't had a bond referendum in the last 15, 16, 7 years, but we've had some other referendums on there and they have failed miserably. So you have to understand that's certainly an option. However, how we ever get to attain it. But I think that's something that we've actually been kind of kicking the can down for several years. And if we can compile it all into one, go ahead, bite the bullet now with that. Make sure that we know what the hard costs are. We're talking probably May, typically when this firm comes back. And that way we can come up with a strategy, some best practices of Amy can come back and let us know our options to tackle this white elephant in the room, if you will, because that's something that we can do, that we can take care of. But it's going to restrict future boards because it's going to affect our debt capacity on it. But I think that is a priority. That Commissioner Sims brought it up. Is everyone on board of tackling that when we get our debt ratio in place and seeing what once the school can give us the full numbers of what this is going to cost? Is everyone in favor of tackling that?
Situation myself, because there's several schools that are under enrollment, have been for several years. A lot of people are turning to homeschooling now. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm for public education. I fully support it, but I don't know that we should sink ourselves so deep into building new schools.
No, this wouldn't be building new schools.
That's-
This is maintaining existing infrastructure.
Maintaining,
for the schools.
absolutely.
We're talking new
Absolutely.
roofs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think there is, we're not talking about
The price tag on that slide, which I think I showed 36 million.
36 million.
When I talked to Dr. Peterson, he said it's probably more like 40 million. But I don't think that, when we looked at like, for example, a new high school, I think the price tag on that was 70 million. So that's not included in those deferred maintenance needs. That's
So,
something
But they need to
separate.
give us
Yeah.
we saying 36, he says it's 40. They need to.
Yeah, somewhere
They need to, have their facts and figures in place and,
They-
and we were able to input it. But to my knowledge, this was not for new schools. This is for just maintaining the existing school system.
That's correct.
The existing facilities that we have in place. And keep in mind, we hear a cost to do a business is going up. And so
Yep.
bite the bullet now while we can, so we're not paying more than we should be paying in the next few years. So that's an option. That's a big discussion. And I don't think it's fair to move that back to everyone is in agreement on right now, but we need to hear more information. Absolutely. So we kind of agreed on the first two, but we're going to keep that on the front burner. Okay? How about that? We keep that on the front burner because we're all still we want to know more information about it. We're behind it, but we want to get more info.
Right, and our debt model and some of the actions that we're going to take are going to help us make informed decisions on
Okay.
that one.
All right. So then we have airport. So Charlie, you had brought airport. Do you want to go in any more further detail?
Last we discussed this, we were looking at land acquisition. As far as I know, we have not got a report back on this from the EDC board.
So the airport project is looking at the runway extension.
Well,
Right.
you got a combination of spec
Right.
buildings and the airport runway broadening, lengthening. So there's a lot going on in that sector.
Right.
I mean, this could go both ways, could cover both avenues, I would say.
Issues. There's the runway project, and then there's a separate entity that we talked about that we need to probably stay away from
Yeah,
at
we
this
do.
point.
As far as stay away from what?
Just
More of
talking
an
about it
economic
right now.
development.
Yeah, that's more economic development.
Yeah, yeah. And that would tie in with
Yeah, but-
EDC also, right?
Right.
There are some ongoing items there and they're extremely important. I think on a minor side, I would like for the airport commission and this board to look at the possibility of leasing some property out there to individuals, not a public-private, but land lease, so that they could build hangars if they want to and that sort of thing. But the runway strengthening project is ongoing. We haven't talked about that much. We talked about the extension of the runway quite a bit.
Yep.
And got a kick in the teeth for that, but we're not going to let up on that at all. But in the meantime, there needs to be a very strong emphasis on the strengthening process, because that's where we're losing freight currently. Some planes are being diverted in air away from our airport to RDU because of the runway strength.
So expanding opportunities for our
So we
airport to
put all
be,
those things
successful.
under that and
Yep.
check the box off as we go. I don't know.
okay. There are lots of strategies at play for making the airport more successful, but it sounds like there's a commitment for airport to become a goal
Mhm.
of the board.
So you can,
Married more with economic development. I
Okay,
think it
so
should be-
just-
I think it should come, I think they should be kind of combined, and I don't know if economic.
how about put it on top of it?
Yeah, on top of it, yeah, okay.
Okay,
You
just right there, kind of marrying it, marrying it
Thank you,
together
Lisa,
here.
for the
Good idea,
bricks.
yeah.
Do you have any mortar we could? put those
We
together?
might need some
All
more
right.
bricks.
You're gonna get to take one home and wear it.
As a reminder of the commitment you've made.
So, and then we have the final one, the economic development process,
Right.
which Commissioner Gentry has brought up. And I believe there's been some movement towards the task force that her proposal on that. Now, economic development, it's such.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's huge. So, and I believe her, correct me if I'm wrong, if I say something that you disagree with, but I think.
Always.
Okay. But I think we want to see the, what have been successes and what have been failures, and how we can streamline that to where, that we can,
Eliminate the barriers and
eliminate barriers. I mean, it's just to make sure that, if there's things that we can do better, we need to know about it and we need to identify it and then tackle that and look, I think you can kind of slide funding into that too, into the EDC process.
Well, right now, EDC is the huge political football, and all of it comes down under county government. And here again, economic development isn't necessarily a government function. Governments don't build businesses and economies. They kind of clear the groundwork so that businesses and entrepreneurs can do that part of it. We're not in the business of building business or selecting winners and losers on businesses. We're supposed to kind of clear the path and allow it to happen. And there's no there's no private skin in the game. Everybody's looking at the county government's responsibility to fund everything when it comes to economic development. And I'm thinking, it'd be good if the players, the people who are interested in the economy in this county, need to step up to the plate and find ways to bring private money into the game. And that was the whole point of having a task force, to say, how's the best way that we set that up so that we've got the county, we know the county's going to give us some money, and they do, that's normal. But where's the other part of it going to come from, and how's it going to be managed? And I think we've got to have that skin in the game. We're one of the only counties that's completely dependent on just the county government. And I just don't see how that is going to run long term if it's dependent totally on us as the county government. And I know that's just a really far out kind of idea, but I think it's necessary that we look at better practices, just like getting these consultants in to say, hey, we need a capital improvement fund. Oh, golly, what a great idea. That way we'll better know what we're doing. Same thing with economic development. Hey, let's have another fund set up. Let's have something here that we can utilize so that we can move quickly, and we don't have to wait for the commissioners. We don't have to wait for the county budget. We've got some funds here, we can start doing stuff. And then we have partners. We form partnerships with other businesses. That's what counties have done around us. It's phenomenal what they've been able to do. And I'm just thinking, why don't we look at these options to make ourselves more nimble? And it's no ding on anybody that has been working on any of this. It's just that we're behind the power curve. We just are. And we got to run faster to catch up.
yes, economic development is not just about county government. It has to be a much broader partnership in order to make progress than just what we can do ourselves. So thank you for understanding what I was trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think we've tackled all the bricks now.
Does this make sense, the placement of these? So
You get both of them.
feeling good about our goals
Yep.
for county government
Mhm.
and our community.
Mhm.
I hope that was helpful to you all to try to flush some of that out. Lisa, thank you for the bricks. It worked out well. So Catherine, we wanted to ask you to kind of tie everything together. I'd asked her to keep a list of just sort of, follow-up directives. So if you could kind of run that by us. And then Chairman, I think we had 2 other items that we wanted to discuss before we wrap up.
Good afternoon. I'm sure everyone is ready to move through this quickly. Y'all have done a lot of great work today. I have been taking notes, And we do have quite a bit to follow up on. I think Heidi just did a good job of working with you all to tie things together on the goals that you have all agreed upon. And we will do further work to flesh those out and work with y'all on strategies for achieving those. One thing we'll bring back to you, which you had suggested to Amy, was an more itemized detail of the financials that she went over in her presentation. We will look at Person Industries as far as that impending merger and what opportunities do we have there with that building, with the services in general. We're going to bring back the volunteer fire departments for discussion, hopefully at the next meeting in March, but we are in the process of setting up some meetings with the fire departments to take a look at those new maps and discuss funding. Let's see, I know you have some questions about broadband, and we'll be talking about that more in March when we look at the opportunity for conducting that study, but what constraints might be in place by the FCC, what opportunities might be available through Starlink. You did indicate that the Landfill Community Project Fund, that $100,000 that we're receiving each year, that you would like to direct that towards one or two significant projects. So we'll work on identifying what those will be, and with the landfill on getting more information about their strategy for roadside cleanup, which is a part of the contract or agreement that's been signed with them. We're going to not move forward with the appraisal in the Human Services building right now, is what I heard. Is that correct?
Did you want to move forward with an appraisal on Human Services?
Or wait and see as the market conditions may change here shortly?
On the lease, right? 3 years?
It expires in 2025, I think in the summer months, so maybe in July. And so I think at this point, we're just gathering information to say, what are our options on that building? We could renew, we could, potentially. No, I'm working with the folks now, and they're just saying, well,
We were not to.
we could defer it. You've got a little time. I'd rather have time to discuss it than be in a crunch, in 2025 and say, why didn't we talk about this earlier?
Go ahead.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just, my point was, if we appraise it now in 6 months, 12 months, 9 months from now, the market will be different on commercial properties. Like, I find it very alerting that the owners didn't want to sell it until now. And I'm seeing a lot of commercial properties come up, and there's a lot of transactions going on, especially in Wake County and Orange County on commercial properties. So I would just kind of want to slow
pause.
down on that one, even paying for the appraisal right now.
That's been coming for several years.
Yep.
Personal properties.
Huh?
Personal properties went through that for a while. Then it's commercial property.
Yeah, but I mean, it's gonna, that could have an economic impact. Like, does anybody remember the savings and loan debacle that happened in the 1980s, like 88, 87, 88?
Lincoln Financial.
Just, the savings, just all the debt that was financed through commercial. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know if the fundamentals are quite the same. Maybe you would know more about that, Janet, than I do.
Has changed.
But I'm just saying, I would just kind of want to hold off even
Yeah,
paying for an appraisal.
I mean, that's fine, hold off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Derek, did you want to say?
Versus appraisal, I mean, I don't know if we know what the owner was going to be asking anyway. You get an appraisal, but the owner may be asking something else. Do we have any idea what he was going to, I would like, it doesn't hurt to ask.
They will probably get their own appraisal if they don't agree with ours, and then we'll start talking about, where.
Right, but I was just saying as a ballpark figure, if we could, if they've already approached and said, hey, now we would like to sell, it'd be interesting to know, well, what do you want to sell it for right now? And that, that way we know kind of a ballpark figure. That's not what we're going to pay. It's just, because I have no idea what we're looking at.
Sure.
As far as if we do decide to go that route. Don't need an appraisal. Just ask the owner, say, hey, how much do you want for this?
No, they said they would like for us to obtain a first appraisal, and then we'll go from there. So it sounds like we'll push pause.
And then we'll do one.
I can communicate that back.
Just an idea.
Yep.
Just an idea.
Okay, I'm clear on that. Thank you.
The county farm was the one county property that y'all expressed an interest in as far as determining whether or not the county should keep it or do something else with it. So we'll look some more into that about the original intent for that piece of property, what may be usable in terms of the land, and what the conditions might be for obtaining an easement to the land. So we'll do a little more research into that. With the strategic goals, you were in agreement generally about the bricks. Now, some of these are a little bit higher than the others in terms of the level of prioritization that you're giving them. So we'll do some work on creating the strategies to help you achieve these goals in the short-term time frame in terms of the few years horizon and through the budget process versus the more lengthy strategic planning process that's been done in the past. So that's my summary. I think this discussion is probably a little more recent in your mind, but I did take quite a bit of notes on that as well. So are there any major points that I missed that you want to make sure that we revisit or make sure that we're all clear on?
I would also ask that the proposed budget that's issued to us, in the past, there have been bullet points if there's any significant increases as to, on the line items as to why. That way, it would save a lot of, if you could just include those bullet points as to any significant changes as to what it's for. That way, we'll not have to find, tie up staff with those type of questions.
Sure. I usually do a highlights, what's changed year to year in my proposed, and we do some one-on-one discussions so that we can really delve into your questions and get those taken care of. So I will be sure to do that.
Is there anything else we need to discuss during this section that I missed?
I think you've captured it.
Okay, great. Thank y'all.
Okay. Wanted an update on debris removal
Okay, yeah,
and sort of
that's,
where we are.
That's item number 9, Mr. Commissioner Puryear.
So I know at the last meeting, it was discussed as a possibility I'm getting a lot of phone calls from county residents asking if the county is going to assist with the removal of debris. This type of storm really only happens once every 20, 25 years of this significance. And certainly there are other area counties that were more impacted than other areas in the county, but still we do have impacted areas, especially with residents that are asking or not in ability to afford the removal. Talking with the manager, she said, well, that, DOT, if it's on the state right away, that DOT will pick it up in that, it may be July. I mean, DOT just, go ahead. Okay, well, that's exactly what the point I'm getting to. I would just like to gauge this board if the interest is there. Two possibilities here, and I'm going to ask the manager. If we decide to allocate a certain amount of funds for this, and we have to have requests for proposals sent out, what's the state guidelines for request for proposal to receive? I mean, can we say we want a request for proposal in 1 week or 2 weeks? I mean, what's the guidelines that meet the perspective as the request for proposals?
I'm gonna have to go back and look, but I don't think, this isn't a service that's a required to be bid out type of service, right? So this is just a contract that you would do locally for a one-time service. That's not going to trigger any sort of bidding requirements or advertising requirements,
So
anything like that.
we've got a couple of, you have the city, which is removing its own debris actively. One possibility, and the manager said that she had actually reached out in the past regarding to the city, if we would be willing to do a partnership with them to assist with that. I would ask that this board give authorization to me and the chairman to approach the mayor and Mayor Pro Temp to see if we can come to a mutual agreement that could possibly be a sponsorship as, a partnership to get them to assist with debris removal on this. If that is not a likely situation, we have to be fair to all the local businesses that are in the tree removal business. Now, this is if we're interested in pursuing this. But come up with a strategy, because the key question is cost, and the other key question is accountability for it, as to, if someone is, how are we keeping track with what the contractors are actually doing, if we're paying them by the hour, or paying about a pound instead of just doing a flat rate fee on that. So there's a lot of questions, and I just want to gauge everyone's opinion if that's something that we want to approach, because we probably need to act sooner or later if this is something that the board wishes to pursue.
I certainly think. Driving around, when you see some of the trees, sometimes they may be 8 inches in diameter, and they're right on the edge of the road. And if somebody runs off the road, they're going to have a tree going through their windshield. And so I think it is something we need to think about, that what we can do to help our residents here. Certainly the things you've mentioned, we need to clarify and get squared away. But certainly I support us pursuing this and seeing what it's going to cost and when we can get it started and what we will do. So I like your idea, and certainly it's drive around, you see a lot of debris. If you had to go off the side of the road, you're going to hit the debris. So
I'm getting probably the same amount of phone calls, and they're legitimate. I mean, it's once in a quarter century kind of happening. And this is a valid reason to look into it. It's dangerous, number one. And so I'm all for moving ahead with this in whatever direction we need to go. I don't know how we would go about getting proposals. Well, I know how we would go about doing it, but how that would work out. But I think we definitely need to look into it sooner than later.
I was to say that we are looking into it. At the last conversation we had, we were asking about whether or not there would be any state assistance, and we've gotten the answer that there is none. I've talked to the chairman about potentially sending a letter to the governor, seeing if he might allow DOT to assist us. That's a possibility. But again, DOT is saying probably 3 months before they're out here to begin tackling the debris removal. So in the meantime, we are talking with some local timber and logging cleanup folks, and we should have some numbers. I'm looking at Ray in the back. He just told me this morning we were expecting another proposal probably tomorrow at some point. We've talked about, getting folks out there or opening up our old landfill and allowing folks to bring that, and then hiring a company to chip that for us and figuring out what we do with it after that point. So a lot of moving parts, still gathering information, but I think we'll have some proposals for you all to consider. I know that Doug is on the line via Zoom if he needs to chime in with anything, or Ray, if there's anything I'm not capturing. I think we've talked about this pretty much every day since the storm about what we might do and what the cost might be. Initially, we were hearing somewhere around $500,000 for a turnkey cleanup approach. It's very expensive, especially right now because the demand is huge.
We're talking not cutting down trees,
Right.
or not cutting down limbs, but
It's
the
the
debris that is actually on the sideway and just pick.
Right.
and
The
pick it up.
turnkey was having a hauler actually go out on site and then bringing it to a location, shipping it, and taking it from there. That was sort of what I think Doug was intending about a turnkey, which was the big price tag. So we're looking at some other options where, maybe residents bring it to a facility and then we chip it from there, and what that might be. So I'm hoping to have some further details in the next day or so, really.
I was gonna ask Ray, what was how could, how, there's other places that have more debris than others. And how can we hold, let's say you have a crew that says, oh, it took me 3-4 hours to do this location. How would we possibly hold them accountable for, just making sure someone's out there doing what they're supposed to be doing at that particular time? I mean, I'm trying to gauge as to how we can just maintain accountability with this.
You mean at the landfill or at a designated area?
I'm talking about going and picking up debris on the side of the road. I mean, how would they would they send us if we put this in effect, would they send us an invoice for each particular location that they picked up trash at and debris at?
Well, I have to defer to Doug on, if you're talking about picking it up and the location, Doug has worked on that, and I guess he's online. The two that I've worked on were just opening up facilities where county residents could bring their debris to dispose of it. It would be up to them to load it, haul it, unload it. We would just capture the debris and take care of it, dispose of it from that point.
All right. Doug, are you on?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
How many local potential contractors have you spoke to so far? And what was their interest gauge?
So a couple has reached out to us, and I've gotten one email, not with a price, but the services that he can. And that's basically a local tree service. And Ray has about 3 on his list already that he uses for county lands, county property. The one thing that I've heard in y'all's conversation is we would have to distinguish what DOT and what's residents. If we go along the highways and clear the DOT right of way, that $400,000 to $500,000 is about what that would be, going out and getting that debris up, getting what they call hangers, the trees that are still hanging over. And some of those, like Mr. Sims said, some of those larger ones that are still right at the edge of the roadway. As a group, we would have to decide if it's y'all's direction as to how we would get with those residents. Do we want the residents to bring the debris to our site, or do we want to go pick it up for the residents and then determine what's DOT and what's actually residential or citizens debris?
Mm-hmm.
So there have been a few from tree services. I got a list of logging companies that are local from the Forestry Service. We have that available. And like I said, Ray will be meeting with someone tomorrow to get a service that would do pretty much what we've been talking about. I don't know what that cost will be.
Well, I would think if you were trying to, we wouldn't just be actually just riding around the county to find whatever debris is left to pick up. I think it would be some responsibility on the citizen standpoint. If they have done that part, and if they had they've been cut up into smaller pieces ready for pickup, that they would actually call in instead of us riding out just picking up everything. But because there's some people have already done it themselves. Some people, I know I'm hiring a private person to do mine, but if they, so we're not looking at I guess some have already been done, but focusing on residents that call in and say, hey, look, I would like to engage in this this service. So the cost aspect may not be as high as what we think. It would require the residents to have some responsibility to call in to ask for that debris to be picked up. And I would, if we did pursue something like this, I would, we've got 3 or 4 services around the county, and I don't think it's fair for just to pick one particular service, but maybe have a rotation of, so if you have someone to call in first, all right, the first, just have different tree services call on a rotation to go out and service those calls.
Yes, sir. And that's in our meetings last week. Once we knew we was not going to get assistance from state, Ray and I start meeting last week. I did have to stay out a couple of days because I was under the weather, but that is the thought mind of Ray and I was getting someone and then be able to go to the citizens' location and bring it back, or bring the citizen to bring it. The other thing is we would have someone there at the offsite to determine that they're county residents. There was also a discussion that we was just talking is most commercial, even some of the local smaller tree services have their own sites they would take it to. So I really don't see there would be that, like you mentioned, the high cost, nowhere close to what the $400,000 or $500,000, but and some of the residents have already got up because their homeowners helped pay for it. So even then, when I had a company come in weekend before last, which is a disaster consultant, they estimated 4,000 to 5,000 cubic yards countywide. Most of that was DOT. Ours would have been much smaller, and then even smaller because some of them have already gotten it up and either put it up on their land or the homeowners hired a company to come in. But we was looking pretty much in the guidelines of what you was just mentioning. And Ray was able, which would save a lot of time and even permits, to have us offsite rather than a landfill where we'd have to get a lot of permits and state approvals. So that's one of the time savings on that also.
Can you get us some numbers in the next 48 hours as to the, like I said, get in contact with all the local providers to see if they're willing to participate and give us a cost of what you think would just to get this started. I mean, and we possibly set this aside into a fund if we need to, as time goes on, more and more is going to be picked up. And again, you're relying on the residents to call it in if they do want it picked up, because some may just be giving it to people who want wood. I mean, I'm seeing that. So we don't know what the cost is, but can you come back in about 48 hours and give us a commitment from contractors that are willing to participate in this and give us a minimum cost to create up a fund that would kind of get this off the ground, and we just roll with it once we get it started?
Sure, I'm gonna lean a little bit with Ray there because he's actually talking to someone tomorrow, which is a bigger local but bigger company than the ones I've been talking to. But we can certainly get you a good estimate. I feel like, again, I'm going to lean towards Ray to make sure the person he's talking to tomorrow can turn that around quickly.
Okay. And I would ask that once you make sure that every commissioner's, as always, copied on that, and if needed to do so, that we can have a special meeting if needed, if the majority of the board decides to pursue this.
Anything else?
And,
Anything else on the debris removal piece?
yeah, that was going to be my question.
It sounds like Ray wanted to just
I'd like to
insert
get
something.
clarification just to make sure I am getting quotes the way you want it. So you're talking about the county resident will cut up in designated lengths the debris, have it staged, and then make a call.
Yes, I mean, if it's a big limb that obviously if it's a limb that doesn't really need to be cut, it's about 4 feet or 5 feet. I don't think that, but if it's a heavy, if it's one of these, something that you wouldn't have to need a full-size chainsaw to cut up. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess what I want to clarify is we're not going to ask the vendors, okay, Ray calls them up and says, come to my house and pick this up, and they come. And
If it's scattered in the yard.
Yes, they're not got to do that.
No,
Okay.
I'm talking about in a pile on the right of way beside.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's what I want to know.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
The vendors aren't going to be using chainsaws.
Correct.
Load it up.
Yeah, they're going to be picking it up. It'd be the homeowner's responsibility, property owner, to put it all into a pile. We're not going to go on site, I'll go to their backyard and move it.
Want to clear up?
Yeah.
They're not going to be having to use a chainsaw?
Yes.
Okay.
But it
Okay.
will, we would provide the transportation and removal of the debris once it's already been stacked. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
that it?
Thank you.
And then, number 10, Commissioner Preview.
Okay. So several residents have reached out to me regarding what we had already talked about, broadband service in unserved areas of the county. In this particular one, it was regarding Spectrum. And the conversations that they have had with Spectrum is saying that Spectrum has designated a certain amount of funds towards undeveloped areas to improve high speed. This is what they had told our citizens. And it got the citizens wanting to know what we can do to kind of tell them, hey, Spectrum, please, we got a lot of unserved areas right here. What can we do to get your attention to come in served areas? Again, this is something that's not going to cost us a thing. But we did this back in 2010 with CenturyLink and got their attention. So I would like a resolution. We can work on the wordage of the resolution, but the spirit of the resolution would be to ask CenturyLink to put a more concentrated interest on serving our undeveloped, underserved areas of Person County. Now, I would also ask if we can get in touch with a CenturyLink regional representative. Right?
You had a resident that actually talked to somebody at CenturyLink? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I'm talking Spectrum.
Oh, Spectrum, okay,
Yeah.
because CenturyLink,
Well, okay. So, but I would instruct the county manager to contact whoever the high up. Once we get this resolution passed, that I would assume that we can, and it's in good spirit to just ask CenturyLink to pay a more concentrated effort towards our underserved areas in the county, but also get in touch and personally invite a Spectrum manager, representative to come to this board and give us an update. Now, I'm going to ask for some help from the media in this too, because
I have reached out to the government affairs manager at Spectrum, so I have had some communication with him. And he has indicated that he would be willing to have a meeting in the next month or so to talk about their plans in Person County.
can you be at our March 15th meeting?
Well, potentially, I mean, he indicated a virtual meeting, and I think they were kind of sorting out some of the grant processes that they've been going through. I'm not sure about the timing of that, but I can check back in with him to see if that's a possibility.
We're trying to make some noise.
Sure.
We're trying to make noise, we're trying to make waves, and like going back to our local media, we ask to you got more ink than we do. So,
I would say, after them, I would also invite CenturyLink because
Very well.
we've got situations here, just a real
Can
quick
you find
example.
out if Larry
We need to get
Lyles
them.
is still, he was the last person we had here back in 2010.
For CenturyLink.
For CenturyLink, he was the regional manager, Larry Lyles. He may be retired now, but that would be, Randy Gilmore would be another one, CenturyLink.
So if he or someone else from Spectrum is available to, he had indicated having a virtual meeting, so possibly joining in virtually to a future board meeting. What would you like to hear from him?
I want to see their future plans for improving new infrastructure in Person County. And kind of give us some coverage maps of what, do they have a plan? I mean, we can't
And that is what I've asked for. And also what I would hope would be one of the outcomes of this study that we are wanting to do, that we would be able to get that information at some point in this process. But yes, I agree that's very valuable, and I will find out if we can get that information at this time, and if they can come and hear directly from the board.
I prefer in person
Prioritization.
as opposed to on that.
And that's part of what our study is going to help us, is to focus on what the needs are in the community. So then we can say to the Spectrums and CenturyLink, here's the need. We've done the legwork, right? We've studied it. We know where the need is. Now will you step in and help address this?
Sometimes CenturyLink told us they had done as much as they're going to do.
And that's a fair,
That was,
you
I
know,
mean, because they did improve, they did expand, but something similar to that effect. But I would like a resolution, especially for CenturyLink, to, we can work with the verbiage on it and ready for approval at our next meeting.
Sure, I
Asking
think
for
doing that and the
more focused on
study.
underserved areas.
And just to clarify, a resolution for Spectrum or a resolution?
Do both.
For both.
CenturyLink and Spectrum.
Okay.
I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, really? Yeah, thanks for waking me up. No, no, those are extremely important points, and so I guess we're at the end of our agenda then.
We are closing remarks
We
and
are,
adjournment.
and I'm on the wrong time. Daylight savings time or not? We're, no, just kidding. We had a lot to cover, and I think we did very, very good job of doing that. Maybe we should plan another half day. Talk a little more.
Happy to meet that.
No, this was very informative, a lot discussed here today that I think is extremely important to the people of Harrison County. And it does sort of set the tone for us going forward with the budget process and the planning process. And my compliments to all you staff members and everyone that's taken part in developing this for us today. And all your input that makes our job a little easier, helps us to get focused as we move forward. So again, compliments to all involved. And Brenda, we never do say thank you enough. We don't want to leave you out for your snacks and keeping us hydrated and moving along. But I don't have any other comments unless someone else would like something else to say.
What you said, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership in leading this meeting. Heidi, Brenda, Amy, everyone, thank you for your for planning, and it was a well-executed retreat. I want to thank all the commissioners for the superb engagement with this
Yes.
retreat. I think everything, this is my 15th retreat. and
Wow.
This has probably been this has been highly successful, and I think we had a lot to take away. So I would like to commend everyone, especially the IT staff too. Appreciate all that you do, and but I think it was highly successful.
Thank you for your time, and your engagement makes our job so much easier. I hope it's been time well spent for all of you. So thank you. Yep.
Thank
Our
you.
pleasure. Thanks.
Dry and warm.
Motion to adjourn?
Please do. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Carried. Motion carried.